First meeting.
You're good.
Dawn moved to approve the minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Tom seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I abstain. Abstain. 4-0-1. A few items on the consent agenda. Move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign 3 tax abatements to the county tax roll in the amount of $1,065.76. I'll move. Fred has moved. Second. All seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. We're ready for you, Wayne.
Okay. Just checking a text that was given to me by Warren Hartman, so I'm just double checking that. So, good morning.
Morning.
As I was listening there, to lead in, what we're doing is we're trying to find chips for our chip seal program. So Warren only has 4,000 chips out there. With that, what we'd like to do is something we haven't done necessarily before, and that would really kind of secure the 4,000 chips, because we're getting chips hauled out from other counties that's utilizing Warren Hartman's quarry. So on that particular one, what I'd like to do there is visit with him, and then I can bring a motion here next week, but to visit with him to purchase 4,000
chips.
4,000 chips, 4,000 tons.
4,000 tons.
4,000 chips and go.
First thing pops in mind is somebody counting out.
I just wondered if you counted them.
Individual chips, yeah. Excellent. Okay. So,
We use them? We use them, right?
yes, sir. Actually, I don't believe it's enough for what all we need. But with that, engineer's report, I have some discussion points I want to go with that, so I'll just kind of go through it. No road permits at this point. Zoning permit, as you can see in your packet, we do have a zoning permit. They are tax exempt. They're adding on to an existing principal structure. Then you also find too in the correspondence, basically a letter. This is the one that they're jumping. This is all the service vehicles and all the inoperable vehicles that's being utilized on that property. So she has a letter out to them. But at the end of this too is at this point we don't see that we would have the, unless you direct us otherwise, we're under the impression that we're not able to have a meeting that has greater than 10 folks for more than 10 minutes. So a special use application that we would normally have before the zoning board would not necessarily be available. So what we're doing is letting these folks know that we'll have to schedule something later. So at this point. So. The landfill, the discussion on the landfill I'd like to have. Several of the cities have contacted me and had some concerns to say, are we still going to have 3 dumpsters? I contacted Burlington because they're one of the largest ones that do the curbside pickup. And as I understand from Mark here last week is he had visited with their mayor and they chose not to do the curbside pickup. They're going to recommend that the landowners take it to the landfill for the 3 dumpsters. For us, that really doesn't change too much. We can still do 3 dump week at the landfill and still accommodate the citizens of Coffee County. And then also the citizens in town would just need to haul their own waste out there. So one of the things that we are doing with the changes is, say if they do a credit card, we're taking basically their information, but we're not having them sign for the credit card. We're just handing back basically. So what that means is basically that documents are only being sent one direction. They're not being necessarily returned. And so they're give us a credit card number. We'll plug it into the computer, and then we'll take the telephone number and their address, and then that satisfies with the signature. And so that's how we're doing that.
The landfill, if the city would, for some reason, want to do it, we would obligate them later, right? I mean, we have the fall one coming up probably.
Well,
For the most part, they could wait, but if something came up within the city, for some reason, we would.
I would say we can definitely accommodate them if they're wanting to participate during that week, or if they're wanting to participate at a different time.
Right.
If they are wanting to participate at a different time, then I would say we would come back with a motion and just, you know, you would recognize that and then give that motion to the city to allow that free dump week. So that's definitely an option for all the cities if you'd like. I mean, I can definitely pass that on, but so we're still having free dump week at this point. The summer mowing, the 4 parcels, is part of your packet, so you have that. David was low on each one of the items, each one of the sites. So Hope Cemetery, Neutron, Park at Old 50, and Rock Creek Cemetery. And so at this point, that's the recommendation. I know that Mr. Goodell has done an excellent job up on Old Highway 50. But at this point, we have Mr. Lando is low bid.
One thing I'd interject in that is that I know that his wife goes over and picks up trash every so often. And I doubt if the new bidder would be willing to do that.
There's definitely some advantages with that location for Mr. Goodell. But he is $10.
So we have motion 2020-17, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, moved to find that the bid submitted by David Lindo for Hope Cemetery, 1/2 mile south of 22nd Road in Emmer, in the amount of $40 per event. New Strong Monument at 16th Road in Fauna, in the amount of $30 per event. The Park at Old Highway 50, in the amount of $60 per event. And the Rock Creek Cemetery, in the amount of $50 per event, with a combined cost of $180 per event, to be approved as the best bid for seasonal mowing, with all bids awarded according to the terms of the bid. Funds to be paid from the Road and Bridge Fund. So Dawn has moved.
I'll second, but I have a comment.
Okay.
Is that really New Strong Monument or Old Strong Monument?
Yes. It would probably be better referenced as Old Strong Monument. That would be correct.
Or just Strong Monument?
Or the Strong Monument. Yes, the Strong Monument probably. Yeah.
Are they required to present some sort of insurance certificate? I mean, do they carry like liability insurance?
No, we do not have insurance for these.
So if you fling the rock and it's a car or something, then
We just have not. We've only had 2 sites before. We're looking at 4 sites now because we have one less worker that's doing the work.
Right.
It's a good point. I can definitely check and we can come back with it if you'd like, but.
I was just curious.
Maybe no different than any other subcontractor we'd use. I mean,
I think they're gonna have some.
certificate of insurance, to me.
Some sort of insurance.
I can assure you, if you require them to have insurance, prices are gonna go up because they have to pay.
Yeah.
In case of an event, I mean, we would want to be live, I understand that. It's probably minimal with the mowing service, but probability's still there.
So if we're gonna require insurance, I would withdraw my second and say we need to put it back out to everyone and saying that the insurance is required.
I'm not saying they have to have it, I'm just curious if they do have it. I mean, I don't, if they've been operating this way for this long, I guess continue on. We might want to talk to Trust Point to make sure we're,
Something we can talk about for the next
sure we're
year.
okay.
We can definitely, I mean, if you choose to continue to move forward on it, is, next year, we could add it to be part of the requirements.
We might talk with Trust Point again,
Talk to our insurance, what they say.
see how their stances on it. So, that's all I have.
So do we want to continue?
Well,
It having been motioned and seconded as amended,
if
will we
we,
strike the new strong?
if we don't continue, we'll be looking for somebody to bail it instead of mowing it, so
Yeah, that's true. It was just a question I had, so.
it's a good question.
Yep. All in favor? Opposed?
I, for the reason given on the extra service provided at that location, that's the reason for my negative vote.
Extra service provided at that location. I don't understand.
Well, besides the mowing, there's a lot of trash pickup and things that family does for us. And therefore, I would say it would be worth $10.
But it's $50 overall.
But we don't know that he would do it, that he won't do it either.
Yeah, we don't know that, and I'm not, I don't know the individuals, so.
Since we commented on it here, open meeting, you might take that as, yeah, I need to do that too.
Whatever,
Okay.
I mean, it's fine, I just wanted to give a reason for my vote.
Thank you, Fred. Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, the next motion I have is the sweeper, and if you allow me, I'd like to table this motion at this point, and discussion at this point. We do have a sweeper that was brought as a demo, so we have not had a chance to evaluate the demo. So we'd like to come back here next week and then have that discussion and follow through. So,
Is it one that you have from one of these three firms that bid on?
yes, it's the Royce, actually. The low bid of Royce and Van Keppel brought one out Friday last week. So we'll be checking it out this week. Construction zone doesn't change too much. Well, with your approval last week, we are working 410s, and the office at this point is, even though we have our doors closed, and for appointments or for folks that come to the door and call in, we are in the office, we're Monday through Friday, 7 to 3:30. The guys are working 410, so they're 7 to 5:30 on Monday through Thursday. We started working on the guardrail today, and also the lights out there on the plant road was being delivered back around 7:30 this morning. And so what you're going to see out there is traffic lights. It's going to go green, yellow, red during our work time, and then it's going to go flashing yellow when we're off the project. And so the plant road will be open to both lanes when we're not working there. They were notified, Wes was called and passed that on to the folks at the plant. So we're also working on an expansion joint on that bridge. And so we'll be putting that one in conjunction with all of the guardrail that we're placing as well. The contractor starts at this point scheduled for April the 6th And so, we're taking down one side of the guardrail, and then he'll come in one week and put up that side, then we'll come over on the next week and take down the other side, and he'll put up that side. And in between all that, we'll also be doing that expansion joint that you see the potholes developing on the road, on the bridge deck right now. So, doing equipment maintenance, and brush control as we're still continuing to clean up around the county. And we are continuing to work on our roads as we can, but as it dries out, it rains shortly thereafter, and then dries out again, and it rains again. But there are some roads that they have made some improvements on that have considerable amount of potholes, washboards. So we are making some progress, but there's a lot ahead of us to do as well. And we are working on stockpiling the chips, as I reported here last week. We're continuing to do that now. We're also visiting with the cities and seeing if the cities have any projects that they'd like to have chip sealed. And so we're waiting to hear from them on that one. And we are working with the city of Burlington on other items. And the bridges are continuing to move ahead. And so we should have contracts here within the next week or so to be able to finish that for the 6 bridges. So that's all I have, unless you have something for me. Okay.
Any other questions for Wayne?
All right.
Short and pleasant, Wayne.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wayne.
They should have got me a podium much earlier. Got the time. Thank you.
Lindsay? Morning.
Good morning, everybody. Just here for a brief update and to field any questions you might have. We do have 2 more positive cases of COVID for Coffee County, making our total up to 10. That number usually changes around 3 to 4 p.m. daily when we get test results from KDHE. So I will be adjusting my work schedule to coming in a couple hours in the morning and then coming back in around 3 o'clock and working through 9 to make sure that we're able to do what we need to do with those results when they come in. We're working directly, as of this time, all 10 of our county positives are related to one facility. So that facility is working with us very well, multiple times a day. We are in contact, providing updates. We also are working with the state of Kansas. They also are in constant contact with us, as well as our healthcare partners in the community where testing is occurring. We also are working with other counties as this outbreak has resulted in other counties having positive cases as a result of this. So we are working with them as well. Those numbers are not reported in our numbers because they're not ours to report. So we are working with Russell in emergency management, with Randy and Mike, and with Wade as well. Angie was kind enough this weekend to set up a Zoom meeting with us so we can prepare some messaging. And so we've asked Cody, he's going to do a statement today regarding the governor's revised stay-at-home order. Her order is different than ours, and so hers trumps ours at this time. So he's going to give some explanation to that. Dr. Shell is making a video today as well regarding what is going on with the situation and how to assist the public. We will be making a video today talking about the definition of a close contact and what that means. As we get more and more cases, more and more folks are concerned if they were exposed in various community settings, and so we're trying to offer guidance on that to alleviate some of that fear. So we do have a meeting with KDHE via video today with the facility to discuss, to make sure we're doing everything we can We've been in constant contact with Dr. Shell as well. So we're handling it. Up to this point, all contact investigations have been done for the 10 cases we do have.
For the 10 cases that we have, are they all being contained in-house where they were, where it was noted that they had the infection?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, at this point, we've been able to use the honor system, and we have not had to issue an isolation order for anyone that's been ill. They've been willing to do so without having to put an officer at their door. They've been more than willing to stay home.
Do we currently have all the necessary protection that we need for employees
For employees up here,
anywhere in the
anywhere,
county?
we have made requests throughout the weekend and last week, and not all of those requests have been fulfilled. But I don't know that supplies were completely out. It was looking ahead to make sure we could sustain. So I would need to double check with Russell on the status of every request. But as far as I know, PPE has not been an issue for those that need it.
If there needed to be a movement of one or all of those 10 individuals to a hospital, would that be a local hospital or out of county hospital, or are we equipped to handle it?
It would depend on the severity of their care. If they were needing a ventilator support, then they would need to go out of county, as far as I understand. But there are supports that Coffee Health System can provide here, depending on the severity of the case.
I would ask, I know you've been keeping contact with Cody, but I would ask him, any email or anything you make to Cody, make to the rest of the commission. I think it's a need to know for the rest of us what's going on. Not necessarily respond, I'm not planning on responding, but if it's important enough for one commissioner to know, it's important enough for all commissioners to know.
Okay, but I'm not allowed to discuss county business with the group of you to get a reply, so I've
And
just
that's what I'm
been
saying.
calling him, not,
No,
because I'm not giving any information in writing to anybody. It's
The-
just
the
been a
only emails
verbal.
I have received from Lindsay have been ones that go to all of us.
Okay.
But it's just because when our contacts come through, I have a list of about 5 people I have to call. So it makes it hard to have to call 10, but I will be glad to do what you want me to do.
I mean, just your emails, I mean, if you're calling, that's fine, you don't need to call us all of it, the emails, and we're probably getting them, there just probably hasn't been very many that went out, but I think if it's important enough for one commissioner, it's important enough for all.
Okay.
So we know what's going on. And I have no intention of responding to any of them, so I just want to know.
Will do, and I'll double check the PPE with Russell to make sure that we're doing good there. So, I think that's about the only updates that I have at this time. So, oh, I guess one thing to discuss, I do have a local school nurse who has employment history in doing disease investigations in another county, and she has offered her assistance. And I've offered that we would reimburse the school for her time if need be, just because she's not as busy with schoolwork right now. And I put her on standby for this week, depending on how things go. So, because we're all putting in a lot of extra hours, so I don't want to. There's only so many of us to go around, so we're trying to be cognizant of everybody's stress level, and so it'll be nice to have someone for a little relief if needed. Anything else for me?
Keep doing what you're doing, I think you guys are awesome.
Just cross my fingers for you, girl.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Lindsay.
Do you want to give an update on PPP? They asked if we have enough for everything.
I may have to get her some. I just
Okay.
want to get with some of this other stuff. So.
Okay, okay, thanks.
Ready? Yep.
So, one notification I got this morning was that we have been, or the state has been approved for disaster declaration, kind of like they do with floods and all that kind of stuff. So that's official. And so like it talks about 75% reimbursement, just like for when we have a flood or whatever, we get reimbursed for 75% of the rock. It gets washed off the roads, et cetera. It'll be the same type of deal. So extra expenses that have been incurred, and I've emailed that to all the department heads. They should be tracking any expenses that are directly tied to the COVID-19, whether that's supplies or, modifications to equipment or overtime. Straight time is not compensated, but any extra overtime is compensated. This is a updated essential. They updated the definitions of the essential to critical infrastructure. And so I thought you might be interested in that. And then this is just a situation report number 17, most recent one. I thought you might be interested in. There may be stuff in there that you find interesting. So one place where you can go with your WebEOC login, and whether you have your own or whether you get Madonna, you can go on to WebEOC and they have a COVID resource page. And I think now there's 6 or 7 pages of different things. All the governor's executive orders, all the different guidance for whether it's law enforcement or trash service or daycare or all the different questions that have been asked. The documents that they have produced that are answers to some of those questions are all there on the resource page. So if you have interest in, to print it all, it would be obviously a big book, but you can skim through there and, I've been wondering about that, and open it up and look at it. So if you have any interest in any of that, Donna can get you on the WebEOC if you don't have your own login, and or you can come to our office and we can get you on and you can get on there and look at different things. As far as the personal protective equipment, we've made multiple orders from the state. They only have so much stuff to go around. They have shipped some stuff to here into Woodson County both. And as we speak, they're unloading some stuff right now in the back parking lot. And then I get the unpack because we ordered whatever, 800 pieces, and we got about a third or half of that. And so I get the fun job of deciding who gets what between the hospital, first responders, and nursing facilities. So just have to divvy it out as best as we can. As of right now, nobody's ran out of anything, but there aren't a lot of extra supplies. To answer your question, it is possible that the supplies are running low on certain things, especially like the isolation gowns. But I don't know what came in this shipment out of the parking lot. When I'm done here, I'm going to go look and see what actually arrived, and then figure out where to deliver this stuff. I don't know if that answered all the questions. Anybody have any other questions?
Totally a challenge, and I know we appreciate everything that every county employee is doing to keep our county as safe as possible. Impossible task.
You know where to find me if you got any questions. Thank you. Oh, there is one other thing I forgot to print off a copy of it. I'll bring it back here after a bit. Is a letter that I've drafted on behalf of the Kansas Emergency Management Association to send to the governor with some of our displeasure on her last executive order. So I thought I would share that with the commission, but I didn't get it printed off when I printed off this other stuff. So I may bring that back later just for you to review and give me any comments you have.
That concludes our agenda. Do you have anything for roundtable wait?
No executive sessions are being requested unless the commission has anything that they want to discuss. But I have maybe just a couple things for clarification purposes. And maybe it was mentioned earlier, I came in a little bit late, but within the governor's executive order 2016, which is the stay-at-home order on page 4 and subsection B, the reference to whether a business is going to be determined to be an essential business under the Kansas Essential Functions Framework. On that page and in that section, there's an email address, keff@ks.gov, where local businesses are to send their inquiry to that website, and somebody at that level will aid or assist them in determining whether their functions are deemed essential. One reason why I bring that up is that was left to the local authorities up until midnight last night. Anyone who's local who inquires at that address just needs to be aware that the governor's office or whoever's on that side will be checking with local authorities and cross-referencing to make sure that they meet that function. Why is that important? Because someone who makes that request at the state level, and then it gets back to the state level that either they were made false statements or tried to dupe the system, they'll probably not be happy with the consequence. And how will that be enforced? It may be to the point where local law enforcement authorities may have the ability to shut a business down if they're not in compliance. So that's one thing that needs to be made clear. Second part of that, we're still dealing with how does this get enforced. I've worked with the sheriff on enforcement, and there is the ability to take it easy. That's the whole point is for people to stay home. And hopefully they stay home unless they need to go grocery shopping and exercise. I think it's clear all the things they can do, but there are a number of things they can't do. So if it's brought to the sheriff's attention, there's a process that we've developed where they'll be warned initially, and then from there, it will potentially escalate into something more. And that's entirely separate from the local health officer's authority to order somebody in quarantine that they feel meets the criteria and has not been doing so voluntarily. So, anybody have any questions? I've been trying to work with local health department, with law enforcement, with emergency management, so I stay on top of things. There's a lot of moving parts here, so.
I was at Hoover's Saturday morning. Ron Hoover and his staff would be commended for trying to do their best. There was a lot of people not abiding by anything that he was trying to accomplish. I don't know. Again, I felt sorry for him because he was just shaking his head like, you know, so I don't know where that needs to go. I don't know if it needs to go somewhere. I mean,
I would second what Tom says from what I've heard. They've been doing a fantastic job, and so I would agree with Tom. I think that kudos to Hoovers. I think they've been doing a great job. the county.
But again, there's several individuals that just, I mean, Ron has it laid out, keep your distance and, go follow the arrows, and several people haphazardly just went through there like, hey, how you doing? Another day.
And that's why we have the state that we're in, the stay-at-home order and the orders for social distancing, because it is so vitally important that people honor that with the type of virus that we're dealing with and the danger to not only individuals, but the community at large. I mean, has this happened before? I mean, not in my lifetime. So it's a big deal, and it needs to be followed through with, not just by a small segment of the population, it's the entire population. And that's why it's a statewide order, why it was a local order. The idea is that the government doesn't want to infringe upon people's rights, but right now, for the safety and well-being of everybody, including myself, your friends, your family, your loved ones, even those who we don't know, it's an important thing. And the essential business part of it is, you don't want to have a business like, as you explained, Uber's, that's complying, and then another one that's not complying in the secrecy of night. I mean, everybody is under the same duty and obligation. It's a burden, it's an economical burden, but it needs to be applied equally across the board. So, and I saw or noticed that Sheriff Rogers put out his own kind of statement last night, which was good. I think he in doing so, in addition to what will be done later today, I think that's the information the public wants to hear from the leaders of this county, that things are under control, and there's a reason behind why these orders are in place, and everybody's on the same page. And probably most importantly, there's collaboration between every level of government to make sure that Coffee County residents are safe and being taken care of and protected from this virus. So, that's all I have.
Thank you, Wade. Angie?
The only couple updates I have is that we still have supplies on order. They should have been delivered last week, but they did give a date range, so it could be early this week that we'll be getting any extra supplies, hand sanitizers and things like that for our county officers and with extra cleaning. The other thing, I contacted Cody last Friday to give him a courtesy call that I was going to shut my office down to the public. We are still working, we're still taking phone calls. If there's a particular issue we need to handle, make a special circumstance, we'll certainly do that. And we're just trying to keep the employees safe, because I don't know how long this is going to go. If people aren't abiding, it could stretch out for a while. And here in a few months, my office is going to be extremely essential for an election coming up. So I have to do the best with what we've got right now. And I just wanted to share that with you, what we're doing to try to protect everybody. So.
Do you know if we've had much traffic in and out of the courthouse throughout the week? Or?
I think it's been minimal, but there's still people coming in. And, so
Would it be, I don't know how to, I mean, none of us been in this predicament before, but
So that
like the treasurer, they can do a lot of stuff online, can't they? I mean,
They can do a lot of stuff online and over the phone, according to Karen, yes.
So the issue there is in the governor's executive order, I don't remember the exact wording, but basically it's statutorily, Wade's probably got it, couldn't look it up for us.
we pretty much have to remain
Yeah,
in
you
business, okay.
can't shut down the clerk's office or the treasurer's office or the sheriff's office or the.
Right.
But there is, Wade's got it.
It's on page 5 under KDFF 300 management, and it's 9C, which would be operate government specifically perform the essential operations of state, county, and municipal governments.
And then
I thought so.
the next one under that, and the one that says statutorily defined offices, or there's another statement in
To
there,
operate state constitutional offices.
state constitutional offices.
Well, I don't think either treasurer's office or the clerk's office is shutting down. They're just not letting the public in unless it's absolutely necessary for a purpose, which
Just trying to keep the human-to-human contact minimal.
I think they're both got a good, what they're doing. It's still, you're there. We're still here if
I
you
wanted to
definitely
make
need
that
it.
clear to the public so that it's not perceived as,
Yeah, we're not closed as in shut down, locked up, but I'm just trying to keep less human-to-human contact at this point. But we are still doing, we'll help however we can over the phone, over the internet, and if we need a special circumstance, we will work that out to help people, so.
In essence, the commission's restricted access order still remains in effect. It's not that the courthouse is closed, it's restricted access. If you want to come into the building, you're going to be screened for your potential contact with someone who has come in contact with the virus in different states, or you are symptomatic. And if you meet those symptoms, then you might be denied access. If not, people come in and it's no different. This question was asked on a phone call the other day in reference to the executive order, and county governments continue to operate as they have. It's up to individual counties to determine what that looks like. And right now, it's restricted access here. Now, that doesn't mean department heads can't make a request to the board or elected officials and make other arrangements as elected officials have. And as long as they remain open for business and there's access to the public, then that is in compliance with what this executive order dictates.
Absolutely.
anything else, Andy?
I don't believe so. We've got warrants and vouchers for you to sign today, and
Fred, do you have anything?
Yeah, what I'm gonna say probably isn't gonna be very popular, but I'm trying to think of the proper way to phrase it, but I've been watching what's been going on now for a couple of weeks very intently, and we're in uncharted territory. I don't think we've seen the worst of the situation yet. Unemployment insurance being applied for is at record numbers. Businesses are being essentially put out of business, and a lot of them won't ever recover. And so what I'm asking the commission to consider, and we're looking at a salary workshop, but from my point of view, whether I'm right or wrong, I'm thinking to help the general public, we need to look at freeze on salaries until the salary study is complete. And we need to go with a 0 increase on budget this year. That's just my opinion. But I wanted to express that so you can be thinking about it. It may be reflected in my votes, and I want people to understand why I vote the way I do. And right now, I'm just trying to keep a lid on things and trying to protect the people that have lost their jobs. That's all I've got.
Thanks, Fred.
I was gonna ask Randy, you closed down the lake,
Yes.
Cobb County Lake. I just know that we've had some, people from some of the counties, Johnson, Wyandotte, whatnot, coming to fish on the other bodies of water that are available. Is that something you're looking at or watching, or I was just curious?
It is. We've actually been consulting with the Corps of Engineers. It was our recommendation to them to not allow they could to shut down their body of water as well, because the majority are from the metropolitan areas. The Corps has decided this time to shut down everything but the fishing. In which case, like on Saturday, we had an incident where we had to do a boat rescue because they exercised very little, if any, common sense. And so, you know,
Not been a good day to be on the body.
it was not, Saturday was not a good day to be on 5-foot swells on John Redmond.
Yeah.
But we got them off the water safely and stuff, but apparently the orders have to come out of Tulsa for the Corps of Engineers, and so they have not decided to, at this time, shut it down.
Well, I just knew, I had heard that one of the counties near us basically stated if you're from one of the counties that have the highest population of. That you're caught basically in that area, or I shouldn't say caught, but
Right.
you're seen in that area, you're asked to leave, I believe, or something like that.
Right now in Kansas, I mean, I don't know what they're doing, but my understanding in Kansas right now, there's no travel restrictions
Right.
as to, and that's what's making it difficult is when we do see these travel people potentially in our communities from those areas, it makes it difficult from an enforcement standpoint, because we're asking our citizens to do the right thing and show restraint, and then because they're inconvenienced up in the metropolitan area, they want to still enjoy their liberties and freedoms. It puts everybody at risk. So legally, you can't really put up a barricade across John Redmond, but if I can figure out a way to slow this down and to discourage it, because, like the clerks at Casey's and Newstrom expressed their concern. They're waiting on these people, and it's a lot of unknowns.
Mm-hmm.
I get
That's
it.
kind of where I got some of the, it's like,
Yeah, I've gotten some text messages and some messenger messages and stuff wanting to know if there was anything we could do to stop it. And at this point, I don't see anything in the orders that restrict travel restrictions. Sorry, we got a car chase going on with a homicide suspect. So, hello,
I think.
I am. Where are they at on
that's
it?
all I have. I just got some of the same information evidently that he did, that some convenience stores, people coming in fishing, it's like,
And Tom, that's one of the tensions with the executive order is
So that they get the vehicle.
with the ability of local county commissions or local health officers, because there would be the potential where at a local level, or even a state level, if the governor decided to use anybody coming from one of those hotbed areas, that if they come in contact with law enforcement, then they go through that screening to see if they need to go into quarantine. And as you probably noticed in Texas, the governor of Texas has issued a similar order for people from, for example, Louisiana. If they come into Texas and they come in contact with the Texas authorities, then they have to go through and potentially end up in 14 days quarantine from that hotbed area. We're not to that point, but
well, I just, you read all kinds of things on Facebook or internet or whatever, but there was a couple of counties in Kansas that basically, if you are from one of those hot counties, that I remember all the incidents or things they were gonna basically try to enforce on that, but
the enforcement of something like that is very, very tricky, I would say. If you have a legitimate reason to come in contact with somebody and they happen to be from an outside jurisdiction, then maybe that's something. But if you're just selectively stopping people because they have an out-of-state tag or an out-of-state license without a legitimate reason, then I think you end up with other courtroom problems that we'll not talk about here. But
I was just curious, like I say, that's all I had.
Let me ask this, Randy, maybe we need to clarify this, might be a good place to clarify it. It's my understanding that my wife and I can get in our vehicle and go for a drive, the governor says so.
Yes.
So if I'm out driving around Redmond and I get in Lyon County, I don't want Lyon County stopping me because I'm just going around the lake. So so we're okay with that, right?
Right, as long as you're doing just that, driving around, not doing not stopping at your neighbor's house and the social, practicing social distancing, that's correct.
And Fred's comment, I agree with part of what Fred says. I don't really want to say that I don't want to increase the budget because we don't know where that's at. And it might be we need to increase the budget to help people also. So I don't want to go that far, but I kind of agree with Fred's idea. Of course, I kind of thinking that before is that maybe we just need to freeze for the sake of the taxpayers out here, a lot of people out of jobs and stuff, we can just freeze the salaries here. So I'm going to kind of agree with Fred on that one. But so when we get to that point, so.
I might just add to that, and I'm glad for your comment, but Randy will appreciate this too. I know that he was here when it happened. A few years ago, we had a big change in our evaluation, and we went to a 10% decrease in our budget. And we got along pretty good that year too. So I just thought I'd throw that out there.
I would totally agree with her. I would, now's the time to show some restraint. And there's a lot of people that are gonna be hurt and suffering from this.
There are a lot of things we can do to help.
Right.
That may not seem like a direct impact, but budget is one of those, and it's a big one. It's gonna be trying times for everyone.
That's all I have.
So we're still trying to get supplies in, and we're being resourceful. We made our own hand sanitizer the other day. Couldn't get it, so we made it, and so we're all doing our part.
There should be more coming.
I know, everybody's doing what we can. We're just like every other jurisdiction in the United States trying to get their hands on it.
The distillery in Emporia.
Yes.
All they had, and they were prioritizing law and first responders and hospitals first.
Right.
Another contact, I guess, when it gets loaded in.
Absolutely, and that's, and my goal, I guess, anytime I get anything, like we got some stuff in over the weekend, is to call or contact the hospital first. What do they need? We were lucky enough, some citizens donated to us a package of N95 masks. However, when we found out EMS is reusing their masks and having to clean them, I gave those masks to them. That's the right thing to do. They need them now. We'll make do with what we got. Those are the guys on the front line, so.
Wade, do you have something?
I'll just mention, since the salary study was referenced, I've been in contact with McGrath, and at least getting the documents they need to get it started, that's not going to be an issue, but part of the initial process is on-site interviews and contact with employees, and that's going to be put on hold, and they indicated that with the coronavirus occurring, that's not going to, it's going to delay things probably significantly, but they're still going to move on with the salary study. And I only mention that because it's not going to be what we thought was going to be potentially timely. We don't know what that timeline is anymore, because they have to come here and they have to meet with people. Now, there may be a way to try to do that by video conferencing to accommodate, but I think they want to be here on the ground to see how things operate internally. I just mentioned that because it was brought up.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So with the grid already being sent out and people being hired in at the new rates on like the chart and stuff, how are we gonna handle those?
As far as, what do you mean?
Like on the payroll grid, on this one here,
Yeah, I know that, but
people have been hired in at that rate already, so if it's frozen, are they frozen at that rate? Everybody else on the old rate? I mean, how are we gonna handle those few that have been hired in? Just asking for clarification is all. Not knowing.
I still don't understand it. So we hire someone in, they're hired into this block, they're gonna continue in that block until they're due for a.
What she's asking is the COLA, with the COLA that's been put into place on the step is what you're asking.
Right.
And people have been hired. do we still lock in the COLA or are we gonna rescind the COLA?
The COLA's already in place.
It's
Okay, I think that's where-
It's already in place.
She was just probably same as me. I was trying to process, do I take the COLA away?
Freeze it with where it's at.
I agree.
Okay.
After COLA approval.
Okay.
That's where
I think that's what the
Okay, that's
confusion.
why I didn't.
Yeah, no, I think that's where the confusion was coming is, do we take the COLA away, which do what we need to do.
I would have been tempted 30 days
Sure.
ago, but now it's
Yes.
gone through, and that's why I'm gonna say I support it.
Okay, that's where you had me, sorry. I misunderstood.
That's okay, we need to talk.
I will say that's why I've been holding off on my CP5, trying to figure out where things are gonna go in this country and locally and because I've been reworking it daily and, you know, I personally am not gonna do any step increases. That were people that were due for step increases. I think now's the time, if that money maybe could be used elsewhere. I should do my part, I guess, while I can. So I'm not totally getting crazy or anything, but try to.
Well, I just think we're very fortunate that we have a group here that have jobs. And a lot of people don't have jobs right now.
Something like this does change your perspective on life. It'll sure humble you in a hurry.
So with the freeze, are you saying none of the step increases that they're entitled to, you don't want them to have the step increases?
Correct.
I mean, I guess I look at it this way, you know, if 6 months down the road, something changes or whatever, nothing says we can't do something different down the road, but for now, with the circumstances we got, I think restraining is the best thing.
I think the economy bounces back, we can even go retroactive, but not right now.
Not now.
Okay, so now clarification again, so the 2.3%, everyone gets that, but just no step movements.
That's my feeling, I don't know about everybody else.
Okay. I just wanted to be.
So that's, I'm a little bit confused, we're bouncing all over. The 2.3 does stay in place.
Yes.
I know we've done a lot of discussion of this last night at home. We go out and eat occasionally, and I'm sure the rest of you do too. We do probably driving occasionally. I'll probably save 10% while this thing's going on because we're just not out spending money. And very few people are. The sad part of it is we got a huge amount of people that are losing their jobs, and a lot of them are lower paying jobs too, in many, many cases. I thought maybe he was referring, just staying and not doing the 2.3. I know it's not a popular situation. I fully understand that.
I thought since we'd already approved that
Well,
it had to stay in place.
And that's the reason I was wanting some clarification. Are we backing up, or can we back up, or do we stay with the 2.3 and no step increases?
My recommendation is that we allow the 2.3 to go into effect, but there be no further step increases or salary increases until after the salary study is done. Or until the economy improves significantly.
I would agree.
I mean, we already put it in place. I don't want to take anything away, but I'm not against not giving extra. So don't want to take away what we've done.
I mean, this is, like I said, this isn't going to be very popular. But I think when I start looking at people without jobs and no incomes, I think we're very fortunate here that we have what we've got.
So within this CP5, there are some step increases already put in place, correct?
Step increases haven't been put in place yet. That would be on the resolution.
So we'd have to go back and change some of this stuff that change that we've looked at.
It would just redo the resolution before we approve it. I intend to voluntarily hold my people where they're at and not do step increases. I just think it's the right thing to do. It is what it is.
So basically that eliminates the salary work session today Donna would just prepare the resolution with the 2.3.
I agree with that.
Kern?
So what you were saying, what?
Yeah, I concur.
Yeah.
I concur. Do we need to put that in motion? Or is that?
Yeah, if Wade would help me, I'd make the motion.
Or you made the recommendation, then do we make that motion when we approve the resolution? I mean, that would be a part of the resolution. But I think we're all in agreement on
Sounds like.
Can I?
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump in to my, put on my county attorney hat. So,
Are you gonna do what you said you weren't doing?
no.
Okay.
The only thing I'll mention is, as the board is aware, as the county attorney, I'm gonna need some help at some point. And right now, the court system is sort of on a trickle, is maybe the best way to put it. And when that trickle fully turns on, it's not gonna be it's gonna be a difficult beast to manage, we'll say, because all the cases for the period of time that it's a trickle are being kicked down the road. Right now, some are in April, well, they're gonna get moved. Some of them are in May, and we've gone out to June with some of them. I only mention this because my current staff is gonna be inundated with everything that they've had to do already, and they're moving things, they're actually in catch-up mode right now. But once that happens, my concern is, I don't know if they're gonna be able to keep up. So I don't want any special treatment. I just want you to consider that. It was reflected in what I presented to the board. If that needs to be put on hold, I completely understand. But I'm gonna have to have some sort of assistance from somewhere to get through at least that period of time. And I want to be able to tell the girls in my office, at least give them some sort of assurance that I'll be able to, if we have to deal with it, we'll have to deal with it. And I need to know now so I can prepare them for what's to come.
Well, if I might interject, I think that was, the new position was already approved.
That's what I was
Yeah,
saying.
we've already
And
approved
since
that.
we've already
We've already
approved that
approved that.
position, I don't think that would countermand that.
Well, but there wasn't an approval for a proposed salary and how that would affect.
But that would have to be established.
Right, and I mean, like I said, I don't want any, and here's what I would suggest. If that decision is not popular with the rest of the county, as far as then I won't do it, because my goal is not to rock the boat and to make it look like the county attorney's office is getting treated differently than anybody else, because everybody else has their own needs in their office. I just felt like I was in a unique position based on what's happening in the county attorney's office on the prosecution side. But I'm not here to.
The way I see this was a need before this happened. And looking at it now, it's gonna be a lot more need afterwards. So I myself am not opposed to you hiring, and I guess the salary would be whatever you thought it would be before.
But I want it to be done, my whole, I want it to be transparent and I want it to be fair. And that's why I'm bringing it up, because I don't want anybody to feel like they've been short-staffed or given the shaft for whatever reason. And maybe other departments have something they need out of necessity too. I feel like it is something that is necessary in the county attorney's office. So however the mechanics of that need to work, then that's why I'm bringing it up now. So it's not a surprise, so it's open for public consumption, so there are no surprises.
Well, I think we've also approved that Wayne can hire summer help, and that's not taken away either, so.
Thank
so
you.
Yeah,
That's called prior approval still are in place.
I want that clarification because I thought there could be an interpretation that anybody that gets hired or a department, because it is what I call for the county attorney's office, a budget buster, because it will significantly affect and impact the county attorney's budget, because it's a new position that wasn't there before. So,
With it being slow, it might be a good time to train that individual, whoever it might be, to.
sure, well, I had to get approval first before I did anything. And what I was working on is a job description, so I could show you what that individual would be doing. And then after I got the approval of the board, then I was gonna publish it. But I've sort of been, my attention's been diverted.
Other things have changed.
Other issues, so that has become less of a priority. But it needs to be a priority, I mean, I'm gonna get it done. So that's all I have.
To me, Wade, that was totally work in process. We work with that all the time in the business world. And that was, to me, that was already in place, already approved by the commission for you to move ahead. And I don't know why we didn't have any employees that would have an issue with that, knowing what the workload is for your two ladies already there.
I'm
The
not
last
saying,
thing we want to do is lose those two.
I'm not saying it would be an issue, I'm just saying so the air is clear and it's a completely transparent, process, because I think that helps people understand, well, wait a minute, county attorneys were in a freeze and the county attorney's office was able to bring somebody in. How did that happen? Oh, well, he's being treated differently. I want all of those issues aired out, so there's no question. That's my whole point, my whole goal when coming before you wearing that hat based on what comments have been made this morning, if that makes any sense.
Yep.
Thank you, Wayne.
And I don't know how it impacts Wade, the county's perspective anyway. We were directed from the courts to not proceed with any evictions or foreclosures. I don't know how that impacts the county's plans as far as tax sale or anything like that goes. I don't know. Any civil foreclosures that I've gotten in to serve people, they're having us return them to the courts unserved. In other words, like a stay has been put on all foreclosures, evictions, and civil proceedings right now. So I don't know if that impacts any process service or anything I need to do or not, I don't know.
And I don't have anything to do with it right now with the tax sale.
Yeah.
Karen can probably speak to that better.
I'm gonna tell you that that's one of the things that I had that I wanted to bring up was, what are we going to do with the tax sale? Because right now, they have just now started the process with the title company. So we're just now starting to add that fee on there. At this point, we are down to, I believe, 19 properties is all we're looking at. I think that was the number that we were at the other day. I would like to recommend, just from the standpoint of we don't put anything else into the courts, that at this time, we don't put any more hardship on. I mean, I understand that these people have known that their taxes are due, but just to not put any more hardship. And when we're only talking 19 properties, I would like to see us maybe, as Clint Osterman talked when they was in there, when you get down to a low number, maybe you don't go ahead with that tax sale. You wait another year and then you can bring another year's worth of taxes into it a year down the road. So I would like to put that into consideration, since we are down, like I said, when we originally mailed letters out, we were in the, I believe, set of 73 numbers, 71, 73.
70 somewhere.
And like I said, we're down to 19 properties. I think being able to wait a year and get some more taxes paid, maybe give these people a chance, a little bit longer chance, with everything that's going on, because, there are some properties that are probably just abandoned and they're not going to get paid no matter what. Another year of us, holding off on this I wouldn't find it to be an issue, but from
You know, to
legal
me,
standpoint.
you've got a contract with this firm, and I think you'd have to be in touch with them to see how they want to move forward with a contract that's got a time frame involved in it. So maybe we suggested Wade, or you, Karen, or both of you, do some communication with the firm to see where they are gonna require us to go to.
And that was what I was gonna mention, because this firm has, at this point, put in time and goodwill for following through with. So if that is something that they would consider, I'm sure they would want to be compensated for their time and effort thus far, and that would only be right. So I'm sure they would understand the situation, because this isn't unique just to Coffee County, it's the same across the state. And both myself and Karen could be in contact with them and see what they would suggest, and if there were a way, under the unique circumstances we're dealing with, with just the 19 properties, if they could give us a figure to make them whole for their time, what that would be, and then maybe that could be presented to the board at a later date.
Well, and like I said, what they told me the other day when they sent out an email to me was that, like I said, that they were, getting ready to do the title work, and then they would have to file their, another amended or something. So right now, I don't know where they're at as far as being able to file that, because it doesn't still okay.
Right.
I guess they could electronically file it now.
Is there any guidance from the state on those proceedings, as it was by executive order, the eviction, hold on evictions and that? Is there any reference to tax sales?
Well, I think that process is probably on hold, but they can get, they filed the bare bones, what they call the skeleton petition early on, and now they're collecting the meat to add and put meat on the bones of the skeleton. So that can all be in the works and be done, because that's a, you know, for the title part of it, that's where they collect that information. And if that can be put on hold, then now is the time to probably make sure that happens. But you don't necessarily have to file it with the court.
Right.
You can get it all put together, and that would need to stop that if that's possible.
I would think we could contact them and tell them that we would be willing to pay them what they've acquired so far and to put a hold on it, and we would probably go ahead and use their services once things got back to normal, because they're already involved in it. They have information that we don't need to turn around a year from now and pay someone else to be digging up the same stuff they have.
Sure. Do you want
See if they were
I
willing to
can
do that.
contact them, and if they start asking anything legal wise, I will refer them to you if that's okay.
If you
Sounds
just
good.
either call or email, and you can copy me on them.
Okay, I'll probably give them a call because I can always ask questions while I'm on the phone, but I don't
Sure.
necessarily get everything answered. So I will contact them today. I don't know if this is a good time, maybe we want to wait, but I guess from my standpoint, I need more clarification of what your expectations of each office. I was listening in, and sometimes it wasn't easy to hear, but if I understood correctly, you tell me if I'm wrong, Angie is closing her office to the public, no person-to-person contact, am I correct? And
Now, wait a minute, you said in case of a rare
In a rare.
necessity, they
Yeah,
will do that.
we will.
Kind of what you're doing right now.
right, but ours aren't necessarily necessities, because the governor has already put the order in place that they've extended, all vehicle titling. They're getting an extra 60 days past when the order is rescinded. So people don't have to come in and title their vehicles. They have that leeway to go do that. So there are lots of things that that we are not having to do, but people are saying, well, if you're open, I'll make an appointment and I want to come in. So we're still allowing those people into our offices. Yes, we're just doing it one at a time, but I want clarification for that, and I also need clarification of staff, because, as I think I heard Angie say, you know, she's got a lot of stuff coming up with election and stuff. When this is over, we're gonna have a whole lot of titles that are gonna have to be done of people that have done that. So I foresee that too. So I need to know from my staff's point, I had talked to Angie or emailed her the other day, and she's having our staff do every other day. Is that a recommendation that you as a commission are doing? I had originally thought I wanted to do 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. I would do a week on, a week off. I would do every other day. Or if you tell us that our staff has to be there or take unemployment or, you know, be without pay, then I need to know what your expectations are. And I'm just asking that you, what we do for one, we do for the other, or that we have an understanding of this is what's being done.
Mhm.
So that's my concern. But like I said, one of the things I wanted to ask you about was the tax sale, just because I know that how that was moving along and they were expecting it to happen in August, and I'm not sure with all the delays that's gonna happen anyway, but I'll make a phone call to them and get with.
Yeah, I would ask this, Angie, since your office, since you are actually closed to public basically now, do you need to do every other day?
Well, I still feel like with the potential for community spread, that's probably on the way. I've paired two up, so the same two will work one day, the same two will work the next day. I won't mix them together because we are cleaning our offices every night. My thinking on that is that if the next day one of them comes down with a fever or something, those two are then quarantined and out of the office. So I still have two. And that's why I've paired them up so that they won't mix with each other. It'll be the same two every other day. Because if they go to the store or they go to Dollar General, there is that potential with community spread coming. I'm pretty sure it is coming. And so I just feel like that's what I need to do for the safety of the girls in my office, so. Otherwise, my whole office will be shut down and it will be closed.
Yeah, and that's where I just want guidance, and I want us to be doing the same, because I think it's easier to put a message out there to the public also that this is what we're doing, and, you know, I feel like, the public needs to know. I'm trying to keep Facebook messages out there of what we're doing on a day-to-day basis. I do know that some of mine is gonna change. I don't know. Randy stepped out. Randy had informed me the other day that his office right now is not doing out-of-state VIN inspections. We have right now the highway patrol is at least through Friday, and we don't know where that's going to extend. And that leaves us with the police department. At any point, you know, they could say they're not. So that stops some 60-day permits. That stops a lot of things from happening. So I would personally like to see us stop any person-to-person contact unless there's an absolute emergency, but there's so many things that we can do with our box that we have downstairs, even if the courthouse doors would be locked. I am trying to figure out a way. She's got a box on order for us. I don't know if we've heard anything, but I think we could take the box that I have and chain it to a pillar and keep it out there for business hours only where the camera can see it. And I think that would be an option for people to put envelopes of information so that we're still working. There again, if we could split our staff, I could also do, I have two, myself and my deputy both have access to the computers, I have went out and gotten, 2 cell phones. So, as of today, because I didn't know where things were going, I have 2 staff members that are home. One is available by work cell phone that we can contact her. The other one is going to put up any Facebook messages, of course, reply, copy me in and reply to me if anybody would message the office on Facebook. So, and they all have access to help with answers through email and that type of thing. So, and I have a pair, I went ahead and paired it up on Friday because I didn't push how things were gonna head over the weekend. So I went ahead and put some things in place, and I have it lined up that if somebody would call in sick, not necessarily, somebody wakes up with a migraine, that may not be that, but I have somebody that's willing, then I have backup to come in to cover that also.
So I kind of understand that you and the clerk's office are basically on the same page here right now, doing the same thing.
Yeah, I kind of prefer 1 week off, 1 week on. If every other day works for her, I'll go with that. I was thinking 2 weeks off, nobody was exposed. But then again, you get, somebody goes to the grocery store on Saturday before they're to come back to work on Monday. You may have that exposure there too. So, but, and I will say just the mental stuff is going through with the office staff, not just of the diseases, the virus itself, but also having to learn and do things completely on a different playing field, because we're not used to not having that person come in with a title. So now we're not looking at the documents, we're trying to ask all the right questions before they get here so that we only have them in there once, and it's just putting a lot of added stress. I think mental health, every other day would be beneficial too. So
just for clarification, of people who end up not working, are they on paid, is it like a paid administrative leave, or how is that working? Because then, I know Wayne stuck around and he had contacted me last week because I think elected officials are in one category and then we have department heads. And I think the question from department heads, and we have 2 department heads here who may have the same question. So I don't mean to throw a wrinkle into it, but
I think that's the big question is.
It's not necessarily a wrinkle, it's a question, we need to have answered. Are they being paid while they're at home? Are they drawing unemployment? Or even can you draw unemployment working every other day or every other week?
Well,
I
basically,
don't know what the statute says on all that.
Every other week you can, just, I have an experience in the past. I don't know if you can day by day.
I know,
I don't know what's changed with the Families First Relief Act.
I know I've been communicating with a lot of the clerks throughout the state, and some of them are doing an administrative leave, still being paid, and especially if they can still work from home, calling with questions, take work home. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do with my staff as well, like Karen mentioned. They know at any moment if health department needs them to come into work, then they gotta come. So or the EOC gets activated for questions, they're gonna come. So it's not like they're just off on vacation. So, just so that's clear.
And that was, Karen had asked me this question earlier last week. And for me, again, if there's something that we can have employees work from home on, then we need to be doing it.
Yeah.
I have concern if we don't, though. Morally, I can't pay somebody to sit at home when there's people that don't even have the option to go to work right now because of this.
Or people sit at home, it's not getting paid.
Right.
And maybe an option, I'll throw this out there, is that, as this progresses, my Coffee County Lake people are in that classification of at risk. we may not want to now use them as much. Perhaps we could use courthouse staff. They don't have to be law enforcement. They don't have to carry a gun or a badge. It's just we're screening people, asking the questions, and then contacting those offices that are open. Maybe that's an option versus using my part-time guys that are 75 years old and potentially exposing them to something, because I do have some concerns as we go along.
Right.
I just throw that out there.
Then we get into, are your part-time guys, if my staff takes over that, are your part-time guys getting paid? I mean, I think there's a whole circle of things we need to figure out, and I think we all need to be on the same page and have a good understanding.
Right.
I don't think there's a quick answer to anything, to be honest, because it's a situation that none of us have ever been in. And I understand what you're saying, understand what Randy's saying. There needs to be something figured out, but I don't think it's gonna be, okay, this is what we're gonna do. We need to look at, if we do this, how's it gonna affect this? But that's how it's gonna affect this, so, yeah, it's something we need to take serious, but we need to figure it out before we do it, so we're not keep changing what we're doing. I'm not sure what the answer is.
But yet we've also got to be totally fair with every department. And as diversified as our departments are, you can't get that on a level playing field either.
Let me ask you, Connie, your people are not going out to homes now, are they?
No, the state has told us not to do any field inspections right now.
So what are they doing?
They're answering calls when people come in asking about the valuation notices we sent out. Today, the last day they can appeal in this state, as far as I know, is still shut down. The only people that PDD are Orion people that can help us with our program down.
I agree with what Bob said. There's no.
Well, if you're asking me, I like what Angie had as far as the thought process there is what you're doing. Maybe I expand a little bit. If you find somebody that's in your department that tested positive, if I understand it correctly, in that work group, does not the whole work group basically go home and are quarantined?
No,
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
they've been in close contact with the positive result, and that's in the quarantine guidelines from the
So
state.
if an employee basically in a work group tests positive, then the folks that work with that person in that proximity,
6 feet or less for 10 minutes or more. It's defined in the quarantine order.
but do you
Not
not do
every
that
work
in
group
a,
is gonna be that way.
yeah, but in our situation, do we not do that daily? I mean, we're with the people, closer than 6 feet when you're working alongside of them. For some part, not necessarily everybody. Some people could be like in a blade or a truck or something of that nature. So, you know, you're gonna be even somebody at the landfill. You know, the thing is these people are in, they're touching the door handles, they're doing everything, but it's not necessarily being disinfected right then, it's being disinfected at the end of the day. Does that not present that risk, where those folks can, catch it as well? And I think that's where Angie was, looking at ways to find that she could, if somebody did test positive, that she would still have, operational capabilities. Is that now the people that test, or the person that tested positive, plus the people that work with that person, stay home. And then the other group continues the major function of the office, okay? So the idea there is kind of the same manner mine is as well, is to say, should we not be looking at continuity of operations, okay? How can we maintain continuity of operations? Because that's what the treasurer's office is saying. That's what the appraiser's office is saying. How can we maintain continuity? And that's what Bob and you guys had said too. We have a diversified group. We have 3 groups We have law enforcement that works 24/7. They work different than everybody else. We have clerical at the courthouse, which works 8 to 5, dealing with the public. Then we have the highway department that deals with the construction side, okay? So we're more of a construction phase. So each group works somewhat different, but I'd say the question that has to be asked is to the department head and elected officials, what can you do in your department that would contain sustainable continuity of your operations? I mean, that's the question that has to be asked, and each department head has to come up with what that might be. Now, obviously, the commission would have to, weigh in onto it and say, hey, okay, I like this idea or I don't like this idea. But I would say that's the question that has to be asked. And you're going to get different ones that are not going to be identical, but you're going to find similarities that go along with it. Because we are getting the mental health status of it. We have folks that basically their children are home, their spouses are home. I have myself, my families, my wife works in the medical field, okay? So she goes off to work every day. That's her responsibility. I have 2 young daughters that are unemployed, doing basically because they no longer have jobs either. But the fact is that as we're going to work, we're also dealing with those things that are going on at home too. And it does raise to a head because I've had at least 6 to 8 people that have asked the question, what should we do? We're having to deal with this at home. So it's mental health then. The only answer that I had was we follow the policy manual as we know it currently right now, because that's the instructions that we have. So if you're wanting to take home, if you're wanting to go home because of things that are happening at your house, then basically you take vacation. If you're sick, you take sick leave. If you're basically under the suspicion that you have the virus, then you're to stay home until you get medical advice. I mean, we're following the guidelines, but that was the only advice that I could have for them. But to maintain continuity of operations, I don't feel that we have that covered.
I will throw a wrinkle in this just for the fact that I'll just surprise the commission. I've got 2 officers that are home on self-quarantine right now, not because of anything they did, but because of their spouse's occupation and exposure, potential exposure that's occurred. And so as a precaution, we've now put them on the self-isolation, self-quarantine for the greater good of the department. And I did that out of a precautionary measure because if a positive test does come back, then I want to shield everybody else and keep them at home. So it has occurred already in my office.
Yeah.
How are you gonna handle the pay scale on that, vacation, sick leave, or?
I think if we self-quarantine them and have them stay at home, I was going to refer to Wade for advice on that
We're
because
getting into some issues or questions, and we're gonna get into a lot.
we are.
There's not a simple answer to this situation.
In those situations, my understanding from other jurisdictions, they end up on, because it's tied to something that maybe and they can't work because they may or may not be infected, and that ends up being an administrative leave type issue. Now, April 1st, as everybody knows, we have a whole new set of laws that kicks in under the Family First Coronavirus Response Act, and there's 2 different areas which will have to be, I think you have in your packets at least the base sheets, and that's a whole nother, there's certain criteria where you get to, you're eligible under for paid sick leave, I guess it would be. And then the other one is it expands the Family Medical Leave Act in essence. And there's some pretty specific qualifying reasons why either one apply, which we could sit here all day and go through that.
which I had two officers respond on a call the other night to a residence where there's a positive COVID-19 case. They took what precautions they could. They exercised the 6-foot rule, less than 10 minutes, and got the heck out of there. They handled the call, but those are things we're gonna face every day. And it's just, it is what it is. And so, I just think discretion is the best part. And there's just risk with the job, no matter what our jobs are. And so my deal is I was temporarily paying my two officers that are home until a test result came back. So I may not, see what I'm saying? So if the test result comes back negative, then they're coming back to work. If the test result's positive, then I've got to keep them at home on self-quarantine for 14 days.
Which may not know if it's positive for 2 to 14 days.
It
They
may.
test negative and fully be carried.
Right, at this point, I understand if it goes to a private lab, it could take 4 days and then verified by KDHE. If KDHE does it, they're getting them back within what, 24, 48 hours, I think?
I think it's stepped up some, I don't know what it is, but it's stepped up tremendously.
Yeah, and there are some tests that are rolling out this week that may, through the grace of God, help us as far as testing quickness goes, you know? So we can only hope. But yeah, this is an issue we're gonna have to decide down the road, or at least, you know, my deal is make sure they got their paycheck right now, and then as we go through it, we'll figure out what the right thing to do is. And that is if they, you know, if it may be sick time, they may just have to understand they gotta burn sick time, vacation time. Yeah, that's just the way it is.
Well, I agree, there's no quick answer to this, but we're gonna be here for a while, so it's something we can discuss and ponder on for a while here.
And I think we gotta listen to our health officials. That's what I think is key, is listen to our health officials, what they recommend is the best practices. You know, I'm doing the same thing in my office because, you know, we've actually closed our doors, but we're still answering phones, we're still taking reports and that sort of thing, but yet I'm trying to listen to what the health officials are telling us as to best practices.
Is Lindsay bringing in all of her employees every day?
I believe, some of them, I don't know what they're, I guess I shouldn't say, I don't know.
She got, I can't see it, but she got split crew, she got, 2 nurses are working 12 today, 12 tomorrow, and then she's got the other 2 nurses working 12, 12, and 12. The part-times are actually the 2 that's.
So we're still working 40 hours a week.
We're still working.
You know, that's, and like I said, I don't know how we'll ever get this on a level playing, but to me, and maybe this won't be very well accepted. To me, every employee ought to get work. And restrict public from coming in down to bare minimum. You know, laying off, shutting down 1 week or shutting down a day and alternating back and forth. To me, it's gonna be hard to keep all of our employees on a level playing field. And last thing I want to do is expose our employees. But I also think we got a responsibility that you only got 1 employee coming in every 10 or 15 minutes, what's the other 3 employees in that department doing? There's not a simple answer to it. But to me, I'm not too sure every employee has to be responsible to receive a 40-hour check.
And I haven't talked to Lindsay. I don't know if she needs some secondary assistance with anything, whether it's, you know, answering administrative phone lines. I don't know if there's other secondary duties employees can be performing. I don't know.
I know, just particularly because Lindsay's brought it to us before, is they do have a lot of work.
If there was something, somebody didn't have work in their office to do,
Lindsay has stuff.
Right.
I think a lot of applicants came, I know she's come to us and asked for a part-time person or had,
she had an intern in there, I think at one point doing some of that.
You know,
she
we
says there's still a lot of other stuff that has to be done too.
had looked at converting one of our administrative phone lines to a Coffee County Community Help line. So, because people are asking us questions about the stay-at-home order, can I do this, can I do that, should I do this, should I do that? Instead of calling dispatch and tying them up, and I want to preserve them for those emergency calls, we were looking at activating one of our admin phone lines and then putting it out there on social media, the newspaper, et cetera, that it's a helpline, that please call this number for administrative questions concerning the stay-at-home orders, anything. If we can't answer it, maybe we can field those questions. That might be something that we could use other people for too. I don't know how well it's going to be used or won't used until you try.
And I know some of these questions have been circulated on some of the county council listservs, and there's this idea of a negative sick bank, where people can pull from that negative sick bank and then they come back in, and then that time is taken off from that negative sick bank. So they're paid, they just have to, in essence, reimburse through sick time later. As they accrue it, it gets subtracted off, and that may be an idea as well.
That's a good answer, actually.
That's what I've been seeing in a lot of companies, they're still paid, just later.
Reimbursed, that makes sense. That's a good idea, actually.
Kind of done something like that.
That's what I've heard so far.
We've kind of done that, something like that informally in the past. If we had a new employee, and something happened, I let them go in the hole, but then they had to work it off basically and pay it back. Get it, you know what I mean? Earn it back, those hours, as they got their hours back. That's a good idea.
But how many hours do you let them use ahead? Because,
Only what absolutely has to, otherwise I go through the county's process of the sick bank.
Because
Yeah.
they're at risk of leaving after you give them all the
Sure.
hours at the time.
No, it's a very limited, if something happens. Otherwise, we go through the county's sick pool and ask for help that way. No, not an extensive amount, a
There
very
was one of
limited.
those counties that was doing basically the negative balance on the sick leave or PTO. And it stipulated if you left before it was brought to a neutral balance or a certain time frame, that they owed that back to the employer.
I would hope to think that we're in a situation we've never been in, and times are different, that we're not always going to have the correct answers, but I would hope people would understand. We're doing the best we can to keep everybody safe, and everybody not agree with everything we do. I've been in contact, daily I'm in contact with 2 commissioners from other parts of the town, of the state. They're doing the exact same thing we are. And I think that from talking to them, I think commissioners have to look at this a little bit different also than what other people have to look at it, because we have 2 responsibilities here. One, to the public, to our employees, and we need to do what is right for the future of the county also. I mean, we can't, I guess, it's not one, I've never said, always said I've never been one of them that goes with what ifs, but, and I'm not saying what if, but we've still got to have this county's future in mind, how we're gonna handle things. But I wanna keep everybody safe while we can, so I'm willing to work with anybody, try to figure something out what we do. But I think people need to understand that we sitting right here have a total different responsibility than anyone. You gotta take care of your office. We've got to take care of your office, the public, and ourselves. So I would hope that people would understand we're in a situation, like I said, and if we don't do everything right, it's not because we're not trying to. It's just, and we're not gonna please everybody on all we do anyway. It's not gonna matter. That part, we're not gonna please people, so.
Well, I think the scary part, I think, for all the offices is, every office has got a lot of money and time invested in their employees, in specialty areas, that we don't want to lose that investment over a paycheck and have them go draw unemployment or go find a job elsewhere, and then we got to start over and reinvest in a new employee. That's the only consideration I think I do understand all the offices, including mine, would be, do the right thing and try not to lose as many employees as we can, because we've got a lot of time and money invested in them, because they are important, every one of them.
I think they need to understand also that
We gotta sacrifice too.
because there's a lot of people who already lost their jobs. There's gonna be a lot of people out there wanting the jobs. So individuals, all of us as individuals are gonna have to make sacrifices to get through this
That's right.
in a good way. So it's not that any of us, all of us, the whole world, we're gonna all have to make sacrifices.
Yeah, I thought about that yesterday when I picked up some groceries at the grocery store. You know, the kid that's making minimum wage, he's got a lot of exposure at that grocery store. That kid got tipped. Just, I mean, you know what I mean? Because we take these things for granted till now. So,
Well, my personal opinion, and I don't know if there's a right answer, but my personal opinion is that we maintain everybody on payroll and let the department heads and the elected officials run their departments and set their own schedules.
I agree. And then, John, the negative sick pool thing would be,
Well, that's not what Fred's saying. What are you saying?
I'm saying that for the time being,
Anyway.
for the time being, that everybody stays on payroll, and the department heads and the elected officials run their own schedules, however they see best suits their office. That's my personal opinion. It may change with time, but for right now, I think that's the answer I would give.
What if? So, governor's resolution she made Saturday goes to April 19th.
talking 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
And I'll mention, in one of the conference calls where the governor's order was being discussed, and it dealt with a specific conversation related to county courthouses, county employment, that the first default is if county employees can work from home in some capacity, either telework or by phone, that should be optional. Now, if you go to negative or their available sick leave before they can tap into unpaid or the negative sick leave thing, and all these different, and I don't know what the answer to that is. I guess would be, if you have sick leave, you need to use that sick leave should apply first, and then you can go into, but then if you have somebody who's already used all their sick leave and they're already in the negative, you run into, I don't know what the right answer is, and I don't know if there is a right.
There isn't. I don't think there is.
So, one thing, similar to that. So if we said, to make it fair, all those county employees got 2 weeks of their normal. If you work 40-hour week, you get 80 hours sick leave. If you work average 20 hours a week, you get 40 hours sick leave. There it is. And then if the department head send them home, they use those hours of sick leave. Then you can stagger your departments, however the department head saw fit. Get through this next
3 weeks.
3 weeks, well, 4 weeks. 4 weeks. I mean, you can do it 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay, so then those that aren't gonna get any time off during this week, this next 4 weeks, they get, hopefully, things settle down, and then they can take that time off later, whereas their schedule allows.
I
I
can throw a kink in that. I'm sitting here looking at Wayne. Wayne's got his blade operators, they can be working constantly. Got truck drivers, they can be working constantly, the same
Right.
people in the same truck. But then you got other employees are off. We're gonna end up, not say with a lawsuit, but we're gonna have a bunch of disgruntled employees because some of them got off.
Well,
They
then
were
we can
capable,
send them home with no pay.
and the others were working. So, I mean, I just want to throw this out. These are things that are gonna happen.
I think you have to designate essential and non-essential employees.
We're all essential, so everybody
We're
show
all
up.
essential.
That's what the governor's order says. We're trying to.
Yeah, the governor's order, like, it is what it is, unfortunately. It didn't, I think, help things the way it was crafted. That's just my opinion, but, because we had county stay-at-home orders that I think better suited and were actually more stringent than the governor's order. And the governor's order, I guess, to me,
It supersedes the.
it supersedes our order at this point, but it kind of loosens restrictions up. Maybe that's just my interpretation, but
It did.
and it loosened Lyon counties up and more, it really, I get where she's coming from, but I also know that we know our county better than people in Topeka, and it should have been left the home rule resolution and let us deal with our county. But it is not what, that's not what it is. So,
Like I said earlier, I've been in contact with these couple other commissioners. They're basically doing the same thing we are, and they keep saying, what else can we do? What, what extreme can we go to? We're doing the best we can do, what do we do? I mean, so it's not just us, guys, it's, but I don't know the answers. If I had the answers, I'd be talking to the president, not to you guys.
He don't listen very good though, Bob.
Does
Nah.
he need your help, Bob?
but I did listen to the president's, the lady that's heading up his coronavirus response team. And I listened to her because she does pick her words and, you know, she is on point saying this isn't a rural or a metropolitan. This is it's nationwide now. And so every community in the country is struggling with what is the right decision. And go with your heart, go with your gut, and go with your county counselor. Do the best you can with what you got.
Tom made a comment a while ago, and I kind of think maybe that's what we as a commission ought to do is, we've got other things to do today. Each one of us individually think about it and bring this conversation back up a little later, because we're just keep going in circles. We need to individually in our own mind think about what do we think is really the deal, and get something accomplished while we're doing that, because we're just sitting here back and forth doing the same thing over and over again. So that's just my thinking is.
I think your thinking's good, Bob, but we're still gonna be circling five.
We're have them hold up and.
Well, we may be, so
We got checks and vouchers to do.
give us something to think,
Give us
give us something to think about individually for a little while in your mind while we're doing something else.
They are checks and vouchers.
Yeah.
I think so, and then everybody can come back and maybe we'll have some answers or different solutions or compromises or something for you.
All right, I'll be. Okay. I'll
Will
be
you be
around.
contacting us and when you're ready to discuss it?
Sure,
Okay,
we can do that.
Thank you.
all right, I will. All right, bye. Yeah, I've got Oh, they're activating our SRT team down in Wilson County, get the on-site system. And shots have been fired.
I see one.
Somehow, I don't know the particulars, it came up in our county. Yeah, and then they held out and this. We'll know when they want to talk about everything.
Read the exact number, it says,
I think it is.
Yeah.
It actually gonna go out by system.
They carry with them, they just stop.
One.
No, because they're not gonna stop them.
On essential personnel, if they're needing those people fingerprinted because the school's doing their.
Yeah, and that card's not
on. Yes.
Whatever.
And daycares, yes. I would have that down, but, yeah.
What, all those things need to be brought up?
They are, they're important. My goodness, I'll take care of my people down there. My thing is, I don't want to see those
Destroy
valuable
things anyway,
employees
trying to
in those admin offices.
We got drivers coming down there.
Pay them a damn paycheck. I'll take care of my people down the road. It may not be through financial compensation, but there's other ways, you know what I mean? I think that's what the commission needs to understand. They're not gonna get an ass eaten from me. You know what I mean? Because under normal circumstances, they would probably get an ass eaten from me about why aren't my people getting paid, you know, money, da, 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 da. But then this is not the time for politics. This is do the right thing, and that is retain those county employees. Don't lose them.
I can't replace mine. We tried.
Well, not us. We're talking courthouse employees.
Go take care
What's
of what's going on.
It's gonna be okay. You got this, and I support you wholeheartedly, because we're all gonna be inundated when this goes back.
I'm not.
No, we're good.
Well, I just want the commissioners to know.
Yeah, you know, in our business, no matter what decision they come up with, I know they will have done it with a lot of thought, a lot of heart, and what was best. Now is not the time to be selfish. And so I'm not being selfish. Would you agree with on that? So I'm headed out. Hello. Yeah. Huh?
Just like everybody else, I'm being squandered. Oh, God.
Have you been sick for a few days, Fred?
Oh, I was, I didn't make meetings for
I
2
didn't
weeks.
think about calling you. They said you were not gonna be there, but,
I was sick,
and then I heard today that.
but I didn't have the bad virus.
Yeah.
But I had what I usually get every year.
You know, I normally get a cold, a pretty good head cold for 2 days every year. This winter's been.
Well, this has gone on about 2 weeks, and I knew how to fix it, but I didn't want to go to the doctor because I didn't want this other virus. And finally, I had to give in and go to the doctor and give me some medicine, and about 48 hours, I was over it.
I've been so lucky this winter. I had a couple afternoons, about 2 weeks apart, after dinner.
Yeah.
I tried to chill for about 2 hours, maybe 3, and never did really chill, but tried to. I mean, I knew something's coming on, and then it just.
That's good. Good that it went away.
I've been awful lucky. Tell you, this deal here is a no-win situation.
It is.
I still think I'm pretty firm, every employee needs to come to work. Or you'll never work out a level playing field. Unless they're absolutely sick and just eliminate people coming to the courthouse. It's gonna be done by internet or at home or what. Because the road and bridge gang, they're all gonna work, sheriff's department's all gonna work.
Yeah. My son is a district superintendent, and their school board meetings, they Skype. They don't ever come to the board meeting, they on their computers from their homes.
Yeah, conference calls
Conference on computers.
The ethanol plant over there, that can be done by, if we don't want to go to a board meeting, it can be done by conference call.
You know, I just would like to figure out a way so that none of our employees lose their paychecks.
Well, I don't want to see them lose their paychecks either, but I don't want to see them earn their wages at home. Second, then you require all your others. And the worst of it is, this thing may last a month. It probably is gonna last a month.
Or it could last a year.
But it could last 6 months plus. They're saying now China's got the second go around of it coming.
Really?
They announced that here yesterday or Saturday. They've got a second episode started.
Well, but by the time I get a haircut, I'm gonna think I'm a wool.
I got 4 of our family members involved in nursing, and I sure don't like that.
Well, that's a bad deal. They're risky anyway.
They're all young enough that they, probably can handle it.
Yeah, if they take enough precautions. I'll tell you, something never been mentioned is funeral directors,
Yeah.
because they gotta handle the bodies. When they,
They can only have, 45 people that visit at a funeral now?
I don't know what the rule is
I
now.
think it's 45 or it's $20,000 fine.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what Lonnie told me. Hallie, what used to be Hallie True, her grandmother passed away. And immediate family's all together. And then they only had gravestone. They switched it out.
You got a hammer with that?
Yeah.
Probably me. Fred, you haven't coughed once. Whatever that medicine was that they put you on,
Yeah, it's good. Good
man,
stuff.
man, that's great.
On concrete this week.
You bet. We're on 169 highway this week.
What are you doing on 169?
Some ready searches for Bettis.
You gonna be working all summer?
It's just like this week and then
We're redoing that 169 in South Darnell.
yeah, that's where we're at.
He is.
We'll get some of it done and then they'll flop traffic over to what we did. Fix that bridge. Mountain overlay. Like we won't be, it's not a lot big a project, we won't be done until September, October, just because it's phased.
I'm not sure how long that project is supposed to last, but it'll last into the
Oh,
fall.
we don't, this is all.
This is that thing that we was talking about. That takes effect April first.
Lake house.
Thank you, ma'am.
You know, to me, I just read this very closely, the employee rights. None of these six items has to do with if they're going home. Not one.
Well, it's kind of like these other commissioners told me. Some of these little counties, it's gonna affect them, some of them gonna go broke over this. Counties themselves are gonna go broke over this issue.
Potential.
There's a potential chance for it, yes.
I should have called Galen Bello and see what Woodson County is doing.
Now, way out west, they have none of this.
So
Out
very
west.
little, Wichita, I think there may be one west of Sedgwick.
But west of Wichita, but those people too, you know, when they get it, it's gonna go because they're used to traveling 100 miles to go somewhere, do something with business and stuff. Well, they get to the right place, they take it back, then it starts really spreading in here, so. I wish I had the answers. Fred's got them, I know.
No, there ain't no answer to that.
Well,
not.
the same way I see it, and it's not logical, I agree with that. But these people are not going home unless their department heads or their elected officials send them home. So they're being sent home, and if they weren't sent home, they'd be at work.
Right.
So in my opinion, they should have their paychecks, and then the schedule should be arranged by their department heads.
But how do you make that fair with all the other department?
It may not be fair. It'd be up to the department head, who you're working for.
Has the department head got the authority to send somebody home in this case?
Well, I think they are. They're the manager of that department.
I bet they haven't got the authority to send them home.
I don't know where authority starts and stops on a case like this. This kind of an emergency situation, we have more authority under those.
I just don't want any of our employees to lose their paychecks and their ability to survive.
Yeah, I don't want any of that.
I like that drawn, you know, zero cyclical. I mean, you don't have to use any balance you might have, I mean, payback. But again, Fred's got a valid point, you're being sent home. I think the road and bridge falls under a different category, if you will. I mean, because they're basically working outside, they can stay 6 feet away from each other all the time. For the most part, I believe. Now, his clerical staff, I mean, he's got the door shut, nobody comes in there.
Probably 7 or 8.
Where was
Road and bridge, or are you guys gonna want lunch?
I prefer to just work right on through and to get out of here when we get out of here.
Yeah.
I already had my 10 minutes next to Tom.
So is that a yes, you want lunch, or no, you don't want lunch?
I'm a no.
I'm a
I'm
no.
not,
No?
I'm not in favor of eating carry out food, you wanna know the truth?
Yeah.
I'm just not, I can go without.
I can get by without, so don't make yours spend.
I'm good.
think Fred's ready to eat.
No, I'm just thinking it over, but I'm pretty much in agreement.
Here, Fred, you want some rubber gloves? What? You want some plastic gloves?
Yeah.
That sanitizer we had down there last week must have got used up.
Hi, Brandon.
Never know where they're happy to be.
Nope.
That's true.
Here's some if you want.
We'll just deliver in the basket.
I'll set it down so you don't even have to touch it.
Well, good grief, that is something. Thank you.
The street commissioners talk to any of those guys, send employees home,
Nope,
they still get paid.
nope, they're doing exactly what we're doing. Working, everybody's essential.
See, Angie sent it to a vertical.
Everybody's essential.
That's the way I think we would look at it myself.
My filling station's stock a damn thing and pitching container.
You got some paint in your truck, you can paint that wall where you think that.
No, I'll just look at it. I still think it's on the south.
Well, I would have no idea, but I just know the south.
I
Say 2 letters are blocked and they're sandwiched in there and like all the,
for some reason, I just
all
think
the cells are full.
the southeast corner is what that's what my little brother thought too.
We got a pretty good hole in there, couldn't find nothing again.
I think it's down fairly low.
We've got clear to the,
Usually.
Down there where the city halls take, or school's taking over. They're on Main Street. What kind of work they doing down there with concrete?
fourth floor,
Pardon?
fourth floor in that basement.
Fully fourth floor in the basement.
They didn't have a floor in it.
That was all dirt.
Really?
I thought maybe they had a wall or something.
No, foundation's really pretty good shape.
That should work out to be a plus for both the city and the school.
I was glad the school went down there actually.
Pardon?
I was glad to see the school went down there.
I'm glad to see him because I don't think that building would have been occupied otherwise. Donnie, you're gonna take these CP5 over back.
You want me to? Okay.
Whenever, not, don't need to now.
That's okay.
Whenever.
roll. So just the 2.3% increase and no on the step increases, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's the consensus of the commission. Do we need to vote on that code?
Yeah, we will once it's done.
Okay.
I think what we might find is throughout all this, is a lot of these conferences and meetings all these people go to, were they really necessary?
And with this deal going on, how many doctors want that roll to go? They won't even have to roll to go.
No, not because of this, but were they really all these things and always necessary? When they could have had a conference call and did a lot of these conference calls, so that people traveling miles to get there.
I think they're canceling most of them anyway.
This here was directly underneath that.
You did know that garage is in the alley.
I'm assuming it's one of that alleys.
Well, it wasn't until the city, quite a few years ago, resurveyed. They started from the opposite corner. Once they started Conrad corner and went south, and one time they started south and went north. And when the second time they surveyed, they put that in the alley.
Seen better days.
Yeah.
Got the outfit to involve like on fixing hardware. Technically, they probably, nobody could go in there to get supplies, but
I hear they're still open.
Hardware,
It's on the essential list.
hardware stores are essential.
hardware's are all in essential.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of stuff that
I had talked to you.
I was in there at Christmas on Friday, and they all had masks on and wearing gloves.
Eva was down there at the police park a week ago before everything got shut down. And I didn't.
you take the dog to the vet for a bath. I know last week, Anderson County, first part of the week, decided to not send their road bridge home. And that lasted a day, and they came back and had another meeting, and said, no, we can't afford to do this.
Who talked to
They sent them home.
And then they decided, no, we're not gonna
Can't
do
do
this
that.
anymore. Yeah.
Did you talk to Dave Barker or which one did you talk
Les McGee.
to?
Les and I are on two other state boards together too, so.
Yeah, no, that's always wrong.
Another thing, since we didn't even get to me at roundtable, But, if there's anything in particular you think that we as a commission should address in this release or video that I'm gonna be making?
Do you have a copy of it?
No. No, if there's any, we had a little discussion yesterday, basically reiterating the differences between the governor's order that supersedes the sheriff's order that was released. And then, a few little key points to touch on, but if you had any key points that you wanted to look up and address. And, I don't know, the Shell's doing one. I think there's some things Russell was gonna put in there. Didn't know if there's anything specific from the commission.
We might take a look at it before we release it.
Because we looked at it too, we need to be a part.
No, we haven't put it together yet. That's what I'm getting at. So if there's anything you want to stick in there.
City Hall still open, strong, Mark?
Well, it's basically locked, and if somebody needs something, you call. I mean, they have people in there during normal business hours doing work.
You can do that your meeting Thursday night. No, it's not, it's 2 weeks, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm still got a week to think about it.
I probably won't be there if you have a meeting.
That's fine. Trying to figure out an option where people can watch it remotely or something. Not sure what we're gonna do. Probably just keep business to a minimum.
Got a water board meeting Wednesday, we're actually gonna do it by conference call.
Burlington City Council meets Wednesday. And last time they had all their department heads stay home. And they tried to do it really minimum. But probably the same thing again this time. Challenging, that's for sure. Well, we got people in their regular hours, but the doors locked. We've got signs on the door. Urging people that put stuff in the drop box outside. If they need anything, then call. I'll take it pretty slowly.
So Cody, were you the daycare provider yesterday? Were you the daycare provider yesterday?
Yeah. Luckily, I planned ahead. So right after lunch, we went outside all afternoon. So by 4:30, I had them pretty wore down.
How many do you have?
5.5, 2.5, 1. So,
Was there a funeral this weekend?
shouldn't have been.
I mean, I just wondered how they were handling that.
What?
Funeral, how they were handling that.
That one that the lady that passed up there already. You know, they had visitation all set up, they had a funeral all set up on the graveside. And when everything happened last week, graveside only and the immediate family only. Anything over 45 years showed up, said it was $20,000 fine. That's the information that we were given.
Sprague was over at Moran, they were gonna just do his and then have a memorial later on.
It won't. Okay.
He's still planning on 2 o'clock.
Yes.
Your office, okay.
Hey, Russell. You guys are gonna write this out and Cody's gonna do it. Can we see a copy of that before it's done? Before it's,
I don't have anything.
It has as much to do with it as I do. No, we're gonna draft it with, Tracy from the hospital. And then we'll get it, I'll email it to the commission. Before we release it.
so what are you putting this out on?
On the Facebook, like Shell's video release.
So what do we do about the people who don't have Facebook?
The video can be put on the county website.
We can post a link to it on the county website, or we can put it on YouTube. Yeah, post a link to the county website.
Dr. Shell's already done this.
Yeah.
For today.
We need to put it someplace besides just Facebook.
Is that a space down there, Brad? What do they do down there? I've been by there for a long time.
I have no idea. I didn't,
$17,000. I thought at first it was just one fair, but that's different.
fix a gate.
That's how it looks like. Not much description.
$17,000 to fix a gate. I have no idea. I guess if you want to ask, we can ask.
You know, right here, while you're back in.
Well, it's expensive for a gate, building a whole fence down at the fairgrounds cheaper than that, aren't we?
It's 14.
No, this is that one we approved to have them put in that.
Is it one fairgrounds?
No, this is at the annex.
This is down to annex, $17,000 per gate.
Well, that's that one, they put it, they took that fence down and moved it back and they put in the, where they just put the card in and go.
Discussion on it. I think I do remember a little bit about setting it up where it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna remote control or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
remember?
Yeah.
Wayne wanted one, and
Oh,
Langville
yeah,
wanted one.
everybody wanted one, yeah.
And we would give, I'm pretty sure that's the one.
Right.
That's probably what we're talking about. The description probably not as good as it should be.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's what that is, because I have, we have this. That's the first one from the Madison Fence coming across.
I think some kids have started school today online, haven't they?
Yeah.
SEC has.
Certainly about the.
Yeah, we did too.
So
I
is
think Burlington, I
SEC,
think, correct. How do they handle that on small kids?
Uh,
From kindergarten up to all the way through eighth grade, yeah.
I don't know, yeah, I know they sent laptop or iPads home, and they're working on certain apps, providing assignments and doing that kind of stuff.
so is SEC only gonna do it 4 days? They're gonna do it 5 days since we're online?
My knowledge is still full, but I'm not gonna answer. I'm sure it's still. Probably get you a stamp, Cody.
We're working on it.
That stack looks a little shorter.
Yeah.
Carter Road and Bridge.
Only $167,000 was probably dollars the first time.
So there's the next one. Road and Bridge.
That's that. That's the last one there. Yeah.
So there's a news article out, says coronavirus, Lyman County officials still urging residents to follow local stay-home guidance as patient count increases to 11, including 3 linked to Burlington School Care Facility.
Lyon County has 11 now.
Yeah, including 3 linked to Burlington Skills.
Osage is linked to our facility, Woodson is linked to our facility, so. That means that we're getting employees from other counties working on our facilities.
They're saying community transmission suspected in Lyon County.
That's it? That is it.
Since I'm doing the last one.
I already took that photo.
What is the sassy hour?
It's a embroidery t-shirt. No.
Yeah.
Very creative thing.
Is that unique?
Yeah.
Everybody down in the ditch get reimbursed for them.
Evidently.
How far in there, Bob?
I know.
There's a balance.
We have radios in those trucks and stuff, and blades. A few years ago, that was what they were gonna do. Well, that went by the wayside real quick. Why we spend money on radios anymore?
There's 3 or 4 pairs of those pairs on the $6.
The only money we'd save if we buy coffee. See, we got Stan coming in doing some of the tractor tires for him. That's a good deal. He,
Deal there for about $150.
you know, it's a good deal. He's willing to do that. It's probably cheaper than having employees, right? Here's a check for $4 for the land by the time they send their stuff out and they do everything, we send ours back, I don't think anybody's made anything off of it, probably.
Well, by the time we process it, we'll have spent like $4.
Yeah.
I will say one thing. Whoever's out Road and Bridge loves paper clips. And do not use staples.
Pass that around, that's one list for you guys. General fund. This is the general fund. What do you call it? Yeah.
It's, we're going to let that involved for vouchers.
We get the sheriff this time.
Pardon?
The sheriff didn't have anything.
His is all inside that one box.
We're in the first group.
No, that's right. That's right.
Got the annex.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
It's smaller than usual, wasn't it?
That one box, it looked like it was a little smaller.
Any other thoughts?
Well, my thought is, again, we're not gonna please all of them. I mean, just basic facts. As far as in the courthouse, I kind of agree with Fred. I mean, I also kind of agree with the going into the hole on sick leave, or how you want to word that. Instead of micromanaging the girls in the office up here, let them do what they see fit and where they think they can, if something did go south, they can maintain their office, so. Being essential, they have to kind of be there, but yet you have to plan for the worst as well, so.
Angie, you want to call Karen?
Yeah.
Whoever else wanted to be notified.
Yeah. See if Lindsay can come in. If she's not tied up. And these health budgets, I would just like to have her input on them. Health budget,
Probably good to have
health
her,
budgets come up.
probably good to have her and Russ both involved. Now, there's not a good level playing field here anyplace. I don't know, I just got a pretty strong conviction on employees need to be here.
Well, I get that,
Rather than being at home, and,
I get that too, but I mean, if there's,
because they're not always at home, they're probably a little bit running around being exposed to.
not a run stay-at-home order.
I know stay-at-home orders don't always get carried out, so.
With, I think the, going in the whole sick leave might be a compromise or something of that, but if some of them have proven to violate that deal, then we can deal with that, then, I guess.
I'd like to eliminate all those issues ahead of time.
I understand that,
Because once you get into those issues, then you got more issues to get resolved, and more complications come up.
I just wanted to mention that I just had a call from a citizen wanting to sign up for township clerk, and he did not want to come up here. He didn't feel comfortable. He's got an elderly mother, and it was very concerning to him. And so I explained the deadline to file would be June 1st, and that if he wants to wait, we can work through something later, or, so we're mailing him the information he wants. So we're still providing the service, but, you know, I'm not gonna make him,
can we send him an application, he can fill it out and send it back?
well, but there's gotta be a notary on that.
Oh, got to be a notary.
And he said he doesn't even feel comfortable going to the bank and stuff like that. So I said, well, we've got time. Let's see what happens this next few weeks, and then we can work through whatever, so.
How's that compare?
Yeah. Anything else for you? Okay, and you want Russell too, right?
Can I talk to Russell first? Because I have information I need to give to him so he can make a decision. Is that okay? Okay, thank you.
I think Russell needs to be involved in it.
We need to be involved in that conversation, right there. You know,
And I wanted to also just make mention that Lindsay mentioned I was involved in that Zoom meeting yesterday. And I just want to tell you guys, I think it's fantastic that Cody is going to talk to our citizens, because I think they need to hear from us here, you know, and what's going on, and because they're going to have faith in our local people, because they're doing it in other counties, and I think they really need to hear from us here, just to kind of give them a feeling of security and knowing that you guys have it under control. So I just want to express that. I think that's great.
Michael, face it, no matter what we do, there's gonna be unhappy people.
Yes.
That's the way it goes.
Those kind of people, that most of the time are hard to please anyway, Bob. When does Brad report to work, Angie?
Who?
Brad? Brad Jones?
Oh, I'm looking middle of April.
And Jackie goes to the last April?
Yes. But I'm not sure, we may continue to use her a bit. Capers relaxed the part on, where they said that once you retire, you can't come back for 6 months unless there's an emergency. But due to the coronavirus outbreak and all of that, they're relaxing all that. So we may still be able to use Jackie a little bit part-time, because there is a lot to elections, and I have a feeling that elections is gonna be a little wild this year. Especially with this. I'm already hearing them talk about it on the news about the upcoming elections, and,
They may shorten the time up when they can come in the house and vote too.
yeah, I
I
don't know.
don't know, what's that normally, 6, 8 weeks?
For voting in-house? Oh,
For
no.
voting here in
Advance
court.
voting.
No, in-house is usually about 2.5, roughly, or, you know, close to 3 weeks, 2.5 plus a day, basically.
There might be a lot of changes coming back.
We've been having weekly meetings with the Secretary of State's office, and right now, there's no look to do mail ballot elections, but citizens may decide to call in for a mail ballot on their own, which they can do. But I don't know how we're gonna do the distancing out there at the polls. I've heard some counties say that where they would hold their polling location for the election, those businesses have said they don't want them there. So, and then the other thing for me, I have lots of elderly ladies who work the polls. And so there's a concern on if they're even gonna be willing to work, and we already struggle with trying to get people, so there could be a lot of things coming down the pike.
That's August yet, so.
Yeah, it is, and hopefully we'll get past this.
I'm confident. Yeah.
To do a turnaround absentee ballot vote or by mail, how long does that usually take?
Usually when we get the request, we send out that day, if it's before mail time. But
But I mean, it could,
if we start getting an excessive amount,
so when do people request that? First time I ever voted, I voted absentee, but I have no idea whether mine ever got here and counted or not. But I don't know how you would know that.
once we get everything up and going, people can start requesting absentee ballots now, if they wanted to. And then the date that we're allowed to start mailing out, we may have a giant stack to mail out that first day, which we could do that, so. But we're just trying to prepare before we get to a bad situation, so.
Karen, do you think this is going to encourage a lot of people down the road to do their tag stuff by mail instead of coming in?
I
Figure out how
think
convenient it is.
it'll increase like our online tag renewals, because I think people are gonna see how easy it is. And they're gonna go, oh, I'll just do this all the time, so I think it'll increase those. But with title work and things like that, you're always gonna have those in the office. Because it's really hard to get documents so that you can take a look at it before.
Yeah, Gwen says her office is basically always gonna have to be face-to-face most of the time. A lot of stuff for deeds and titles and deeds and stuff. So,
Yeah, I know she said she was trying to do as much as she could online for e-reporting and that sort of thing,
yeah.
so.
Is the extension office open?
Well, yeah, I think some people are, probably not me, but I think a lot of people are gonna realize how easy some of this new modern technology can do all this stuff online and different things are gonna be. And they might see a slowdown in one-on-one contact in the future on a lot of things.
Now, we still have to touch every one of those transactions.
Right.
That are on, even though they do them online, we actually have to get it and put it in the mail, so.
Did you have specific questions for
Lindsay?
me, or?
Yeah.
Okay,
Do
sorry.
do you have, I guess my question would be, do you have any specific specifications or recommendations or something that we should be doing that we're not doing, or what do you think of the overall picture of the way we're doing things right now
In the courthouse
in the county? Yeah, basically.
I would say, like I said from the beginning, if social distancing can be practiced and the proper sanitizing supplies have been provided, then people can still do their jobs as they can. I would also add, if a department head feels that they need to change their operation in order to meet that, then they should have that ability. But other than that, the risk is very low if you're distancing and you're cleaning. So simply handling an object that someone else has handled is not a huge risk. So. I will also report in the last, and since I was here 3 hours ago, we have 4 more positives They are all still associated with the facility. And these were results we were expecting last week. So we've been waiting on them for a while, knowing that they were likely positive. So it's not a surprise.
Those individuals still in the facility?
I can't speak to that specifically, because of.
The younger lady
privacy
that
laws.
I understand has it, my understanding is she's home. And so is her husband.
I can't speak to that.
Yeah.
In
Maybe you
general,
can't, so.
in general, if someone were to test positive in the county, we would ask them to isolate in their home. Their family members would also isolate, but we technically call that quarantine. Isolate is for the ill person, quarantine is for the exposed.
So, and you can only save so much, so some of these cases that happened there, are we seeing this going out into the community because of these people, or is it staying right here with these workers and so forth?
So far,
So
that is correct.
it's staying, or pretty well have it confined to it. Okay. I mean, that's good news, right?
That's great.
I had a question for Lindsay, but just from our point of, we have paperwork that people have in their possession, writing, having it in their homes, whatever, and then they bring that and they're leaving all that paperwork with us because they have to, it's their title work, they have to leave it. So now we are leaving it in our office. Do you have recommendations for for us to handle that paperwork? Because that's one of my concerns is, I can do the limiting the face-to-face and everything, but it's not just a matter of they hand me a paper and they go off, I'm leaving that paperwork and it's a stack of papers sometimes.
Would it be on that, because I know cardboard and plastic can hold it, would it be possible in something like that, you bring it in, they bring it in today and you say, well, we'll work it, but we're not gonna work it till Thursday, and just leave it set?
Quarantine the paperwork.
Yeah, quarantine paperwork.
You can do that. You can wear gloves if you're concerned. Wear gloves while you're handling it.
But if it lays on a desk while we're typing, and we're still doing by appointment, so I think what we're going to do, if the door is gonna stay open, is we're gonna do one appointment an hour. They come and leave the paperwork in our box. Then they go back to their vehicle, we have their phone number, when we get it done, we'll call them in, they'll sign, give us money, and be on their way to limit us down to the 10 minutes. Because the paperwork takes a long time of them standing around in our office, and I do have tape, but that's not necessarily keeping people back.
As long as your staff is not touching their face after touching the paperwork, or not touching their mouth, or licking the page, licking their finger to turn the pages type of thing. As long as they're not, yeah, I mean, that risk is very, very low.
And if I've touched all the paperwork and I'm sitting there typing and my face itches, we're just used to doing that. I mean, that's not gonna, we can all do what we can, but short of saying, no, we're not touching any paper, I don't know what else to do.
Yeah, unless you quarantine it for, I want to say cardboard is what, 24 hours? Quarantine it for 24 hours and go from there. I mean,
If
if
they
you
put
want
a staple in it, now we've got a whole other, type of material.
I would say the risk is low, especially if you can wear gloves and not touch your face, wash your hands,
I just had a question, and then talking to Wade, it's probably, he thought maybe it'd be executive session and attorney-client privilege. So,
Wade wants to request that, or if you want me to request that, or?
Wade's gonna have to request it, because he said he wasn't gonna do it today.
That's what I told him too.
Good.
So, I guess request motion for commission to recess into executive session for consultation with the county counselor to discuss matters deemed privileged under the attorney-client relationship exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, and that is for purposes of providing legal advice to the commission. And I think when it's that specific narrow focus, it has to be me as the commission. Because legal advice, we cannot have, if you have a third party in that, it sort of takes it out of that purview. That's KSA 754319 B2. So I think, I have a good idea of what. Or, so we probably need.
No, we can go upstairs.
Go upstairs and bring in.
I'll say 15 minutes just to be cautious, and that should include walking up the stairs, walking back down.
Also move.
I'll just move.
I'll second.
On the second, go into executive session with Wade and the commission for 15 minutes
And return here.
to return here. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We'll go in at 12:40.
I did agree with what Dr. Michelle said. We'll never know if the government actually goes down or not. ever notice when you can't itch your face, it itches more?
Well, we can talk about it though.
Or you don't really need toilet paper and then you end up going more.
Something like that.
Where were we before this?
I don't know, are
We were
we,
trying to make a decision on what offices could do and what they couldn't. And like I said, I don't want to micromanage anybody's office. I think the preparations that Angie's office was trying to do, and what Karen was trying to put forth are valid efforts, concerns, whatever, and I believe you're right. I mean, if you've got everybody there working at once, and then everybody comes down with it once, and you have no office, so I think each office should be able to take the precautionary as they wish. And whether we do the draw from a, go into a negative sick pool and then, pay it back. I mean, if they can find something to do from home, that's not.
I would think first off, if they can work from home, to work from home.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what
so,
And then realizing that they're also on call if they need to come in.
exactly.
They need to come in.
Right.
So that is
Yeah.
the full realization. And I've also done what Karen's done. I've gotten the cell phones that we can tie their phone to that cell phone. So if another office or an outside person calls that needs directly one of those employees, then they can either get with me, if I'm working from home with my laptop, and I can answer the questions, and then they can get back with the person, or call into the office, and the two that are working can get the information. So we'll all work coordinated effort that way.
So we,
Yeah, I don't know what the answer to this thing. I've got pretty strong feelings where employees need to be on the workplace. And just, we gotta use awful good judgment on who comes into our courthouse and who doesn't. But, I'm here to support whatever the majority of the commission wants to do,
what that means.
but I just got feelings that our employees need to be here. We let a few employees out of 3 or 4 departments off, they get paid for it, or however that gets worked out. The other departments don't have the opportunities to take off. I think we're opening up more cans of worms than we would without it.
but I agree with you too. I think employees ought to hear, but I also understand if we use the zero negative for sick leave or vacation, those people are going to have to, in a sense, make it up somewhere down the line. If they choose to leave, well, they're gonna owe us. But if they're employees, I understand that, but if their employees is gonna stay with us, we need to be, I think, trying to work with them. Now, Karen, you're talking about teams also, right?
Yes, 2 teams of 3.
And you're talking every other day? I mean,
1 week, team 1 will be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, first week, Tuesday, Thursday, the second week. And
so I mean, to me, that,
We have paired up the same 2
Yeah.
or 3 in that case.
to me, that might be a compromise that we, something to look at for a couple of weeks anyway, see how it's going. It may not amount to, it may be that a lot of things have changed, changes come daily, so.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, Denise has a big box of stuff that she needs to sort through, and she's gonna take that home and work on that tomorrow and get sorted through all that.
Wade's got his marker in the air.
So in several days, the Families First Coronavirus Response Act goes into play too. I'm not sure if that's something that you guys are ready to, from the clerk's office, are ready to ramp out, and then how that will potentially coincide with this, because there's 2 key provisions. One that deals with paid leave up to 80 hours. The other one is under the expansion of the Family Medical Leave Act, and the two can go simultaneously, and then you add into workers' comp if that's a part of it. So is that something that you guys are ready to, that maybe you can kind of fill them in? I'm still trying to dig through it and understand. I've got an entire notebook dedicated to that, but I think there are certain reasons why someone may end up qualifying for one of the 5 or 6 criteria that would allow them for paid leave, depending on if they qualify. And then it wouldn't even, I mean, what the county's doing is something entirely separate. So that's just another additional component, and I don't know if it's a complication, but another factor that goes into decision making here.
And that was the app that President Trump signed off on, when you're talking about.
Right.
Yeah, you got it.
But if that takes over, then that takes it out of the employee being at home, working from home still, I mean, just being off and getting paid then, so.
No.
No.
There are only 6 qualifying reasons for the 2 weeks paid sick leave on the cover.
The way I look at this, and I'm sure I probably don't understand it fully, but paid leave entitlement for those 6, we probably don't have any employees qualified for none of them.
No, but we got some 5s.
I'm sorry.
Number 5.
There'd be an outside chance of 5.
And that's
More than an outside chance.
We just don't, we don't know.
Well, it says it is caring for his or her child whose school or place of care is closed, or child care provider is unavailable due to COVID-19 related reasons. So, I mean, are not all the schools around here closed due to COVID-19? So, I mean, that's a pretty wide open.
Yeah, that puts everybody in.
Yeah, I'm sure legal, I haven't heard on legal and Waverly, but I'm sure they're doing the same thing that Burlington and SEC is doing. Every school in the states, every school in the state is like that.
But it also says an employee is entitled to take leave related to COVID-19 if the employee is unable to work, including unable to telework because they employ in them 1 through 6.
Yeah.
So telework is a part of that. And that similar criteria for the Family Medical Leave Act part of it. But I mean, these are all things that need to be taken into consideration because we don't want to violate the rights, and that's at the forefront of all of this. Now, if somebody does telework and they go into the nursery, into the health department to help answer calls, and they also need to be aware, I'm mainly saying this, so that someone on the outside is watching and is concerned about information being passed out into the community that they have to sign. They're under a confidentiality order if that's what they're going to be doing, because whatever calls they take and information that they become privy to, they potentially are at risk for exposure to punishment, I guess is the best word, for disclosing information that they received during that time. And I want to make sure that's aired out to the local community, because that's the only reason I'm mentioning that.
I think Wade was right. We have 3 different categories of what we need. I mean, Wayne was right. 3 different categories of what we need to do. Law enforcement, we really can't change much of what they need to do. So that kind of pushes law enforcement out. But then we have the courthouse personnel, and and we have road and bridge different to look at, so.
To me, road and bridge isn't a whole lot different than a sheriff's department as far as exposure, if you will.
Right. I think road and bridge, they could lock their office down right now and only take a phone call, and it's not gonna affect anyone.
Right.
There's nothing they have to see face to face with people.
Correct.
They have,
Except for,
zoning has.
I mean, that's, so they're, and so kind of like Tom said, they're about like the sheriff's department, but the courthouse, I think, is where probably we need to be focusing on, because this is a deal, and,
Wayne's concern, I mean, he has clerical staff in his office too, that if they can work from home, they can work from home.
Connie, do you have something for your people to do if they're at home
Sure.
and Karen?
It's limited because we can't take motor vehicle work out of the office, but like I said, if they could help us with answering phone calls and things like that, that would be very helpful.
And that's kind of what yours is, Angie.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And if other offices have, some stuff that can be done, while they're at home, we can do that, because obviously they're just sitting there waiting for a phone to ring. So if there's things that other offices have that we could be doing, either with the use of that phone or just if they have filing or whatever they may have, we'll work that with the other offices too. But I just think for, like Wayne was talking, the continuance of service, I think we gotta get the separation into teams so that we don't take the office completely down.
And I'm having all of my employees check their temperature every morning before coming to work. If they have any kind of a temperature, they're supposed to notify me immediately. So if they have to make a change. But that's my.
Hey, and Wade, I guess it'd be a question to you. I mean, should these people, if they go home, we expect them to stay home, not to be out running around, is that correct? During regular working hours? I mean, we expect it. Is there any way we could?
No different than if they'd be under the stay-at-home order, so if they had to get groceries or do something that anybody else would have to do, I don't see how.
I'm talking during business hours.
I'm talking during business hours, from 8 to 5, when they're actually working,
So,
working hours.
yeah, if they're working from home, they should be working from home.
Right.
But if someone who's at the courthouse, they can go up and, they're on a break, I guess. You see them at Hoover's getting groceries, I wouldn't expect that to be not be solved.
Well, I would hope it wouldn't be a problem, but I mean, I think that's something that probably should be emphasized, is you're actually still kind of on the clock.
I mean, part of it's gonna have to be the honor system, because you can't, there's no way to keep track of everybody who's gonna be at home, and if it's brought to somebody's attention that it's being abused, and it gets brought back before the board, and I guess one person can ruin it for everybody is the best way to say it, and that's sometimes how things happen. One person takes advantage of whatever grace the board passes on or extends, and
So by that, then consensus of allowing the work at home wouldn't require any action of the board.
leaving to discretion of each.
To work at home and at each department head's discretion of their employees.
I think as long as their offices can still be reached,
Still functioning.
still function in the way they should and be reached, yeah, but I would say that probably not over half of them gone and working at home though, maybe. I don't know. I don't know, that's up to their call. However, they.
I would say though, if they're doing it, I think pairing them up with the same person at all times is key. Because then those two, they're out, because we're cleaning our offices every night. So if they were sick or coming down sick, because it doesn't come in the next day, it should be cleaned hopefully to where.
So Connie, are you okay with the every other day, that you're, however you do it?
No, we'll be in teams also.
Wade, with Dr. Shell kind of directing our county, should we visit with Dr. Shell, see what would be the best advice, whether the departments do it every other day or do it a week at a time? And I'm not gonna say which one would be the best choice, because I don't know. But I wonder if Dr. Shell had not be a little bit of a player in that decision. To see what would be the least exposure.
I think Lindsay would also be someone who could answer that question.
You know, she's already done some of that. She's already stated too that it's minimal. Yeah, Lindsay, hers is. Those minimal wash your hands, basically. Yeah.
I don't think that Dr. Shell's opinion on that particular subject would probably be any different than Lindsay's just from it.
Well, we're closing the courthouse at 4:00, so that gives the crew that worked today an opportunity to wipe it down and clean it up. So that the crew tomorrow should be coming into a clean, disinfected office. So I think every other day would probably be a sufficient deal, as of right now anyway.
I agree.
And any work they can do from home, they can be doing from home while they're. So if they're working at home, then that takes away the 0 sick leave or vacation balance in, as long as they're working from home.
And if we get to that point where they're not, then the bank starts to
Well,
charge them.
if they're not working, yeah, they're not working.
If they're not working, they can.
They better have something else.
And
There'll be a reason for it.
April 1st, tax business of that, and if they're under one of those scenarios, then they qualify.
Are these employee rights sheets being handed out to the employees as well?
We're going to be sending those out, yes. And do you want me to send out the other one, or is this one enough?
There's two. I mean, both of these, or?
Yeah.
There's one for the sick leave and one for FMLA.
I mean, they need to get both of them, because these are what gets posted. And then probably have to have the email sent out at some point with a little bit more information. This is a lot of information condensed into a one-page document, and a third of it is employee rights in bold, so that's a
So we
reason.
can work something up and try to get it out for April 1st,
We can
if
try.
not tomorrow.
Right now, there's a lot of moving parts, so we're going to do the best we can. But the one suggestion I have too is for the payroll side of it, when you turn in your timesheets, maybe to have, if you're for a week or whatever days you were at home, but it's just designated, so.
That's what I'm having my girls keep track of that.
An H by
Because-
hours for that day.
Yeah.
So that if there's ever a question, then you can backtrack and see who was where.
And I know they said something about you would be reimbursed for 75% of anything affected by COVID-19 for any extra supplies or overtime work or whatever, but if it gets to a point, we wouldn't be making these changes if we didn't have COVID-19, so I don't know if that may be considered by them later, I don't know.
Yeah, because it would be standard time, so it doesn't apply. And the way I interpret it. Got a few overtime because of it, yes.
Right, yeah.
But not regular.
And I think that may be where law enforcement and their overtime pay is gonna come into play, because that, I mean, on the law enforcement side, then the question is, is it straight time or is it time and a half? And from other jurisdictions in other states, and it's, you're paid overtime like you would if you were working overtime regardless, so it'd be the time and a half, is my understanding.
I just have a question as far as what are we, obviously, we're going to let them know, but do we have any plans in place? What if someone in the courthouse tests positive? What is our scenario there?
For that person, for that office, for the courthouse, what do you?
Well, obviously, we know that person's going home, but as a courthouse, because
Who was in close contact with them would be, it's the same order that everybody's got to operate under. The quarantine and isolation order. The health department will conduct their investigation. They will notify those who've been within close contact with the person.
Yeah, KDHE kind of takes the lead, and they're the ones who direct what those parameters are. So when, like, they just recently added Louisiana or some other state, if you've been to one of those states, and those are the questions that are being asked. So if they modify or alter that, I mean, that's anytime there's a positive test anywhere in the state right now, those are the questions, and then those contacts get explored, and they conduct an investigation, and then that investigation will determine what the next action. So I think there's only so many degrees of separation where someone ends up in that isolation and quarantine window. It may not be what everybody agrees with and what they think should happen, but they're the professionals that get to make those decisions. And I think Lindsay could probably answer your questions better. They handed me a whole little packet that I believe is available on the KDHE website that discusses what happens in these different scenarios.
is there something in place as far as like here, if we have like more than 3 or whatever, then we, you know, is what's in, you know, I'm a planner, so I want to know everything for the next 3 months. So, and I realize that this isn't one of those things I have control over, but as much planning as I can possibly do, I do.
I'd say if someone in the courthouse comes down, that we'd be in the direction of KDHE and our health department and Dr. Shell. So,
Yeah, I think the ultimate goal, my understanding, and Cody can correct me if I'm wrong, from the medical side of things, is the safety and well-being of Coffee County citizens, including courthouse personnel and staff, is at the forefront of most importance. And if there is any type of situation or scenario that compromises either one, then action will be taken to mitigate exposure risk with anybody for that matter. So the staying at home and staggering and doing what you're suggesting is a mitigation strategy, it would seem to me. But it also takes everybody, once they leave this building, doing the same thing, and, you know, not getting together and throwing barbecue parties, and with it getting nice out, that's gonna be tough. But that potentially doesn't help. But, you know, everybody is an individual, and we all have free free will and free choice, and we can choose to obey or we can choose to not do so. Right now, it's a fluid situation, so if somebody tested positive within the courthouse, then that would probably require advising the board and getting together and making a decision, getting advice from the public health nurse and the public health officer on what should be done since there was a positive test within the building. But that may not mean shutting things down. It may just mean doing things different.
The sooner we do it, the sooner we'll be it.
The sooner we all do it.
Yep.
That's the-
Might talk a few weeks here. I'm very optimistic of that.
Does anybody want to volunteer to take my position this week? I just bring it up if anybody feels like they're being left out or I'm not getting information out to the rest of the commission like it should. Or I was down here a lot last week, if we wanted to rotate through the commission. But- Or continue as we are, doesn't matter to me.
We can continue as we are, but if the workload gets too much for you, don't be afraid to pass the buck, so to speak.
I think this is.
I think you're doing a bang up job.
I think this is one situation where our chairman probably needs to stay in that role. And like you said, if it gets to be an overbearing where 2 or 3 need to get involved, then we can make some changes. But I'd say right now, Cody, it's in good hands and we look towards your leadership during this. Whatever you want to call it,
Trying time.
It's a very trying time. And it probably won't get any better in the very, very near future. But
Kind of a negative attitude.
they don't have any very positive about it, Bob.
I'm just the positive thing about it is that every health official, even Lindsay stated that your chances of getting it are low. So as long as you do your social distancing, as long as you do everything that's suggested you do, you'll be fine. So with the officers having their concerns like they do and allowing them to do their distancing how they see fit to keep their offices maintained, I think we're all doing what we should be doing.
Here's another positive, and I want to make sure it's noted, is since I've been here, I've not witnessed a collaborative effort of county employees and leadership working together the way they have during this coronavirus outbreak, which I think, not everybody agrees with what everybody says, what everybody does, but when it comes down to it, everybody unites for the good of the common good, and I see that's what's happening here, to me, on my own. It's at every level, from within this building to outside the building, the community leaders, I think it's to be commended.
If we're to survive, that's what has to happen.
Yeah. So if we kind of came to a consensus in what we're going to allow. And
The officers within the courthouse, yes.
Does everyone understand the consensus?
I mean, that's the way it's been. That's what we're doing, right? It's officers within the courthouse, correct?
Yeah.
Our offices are pretty much home, like I said, Road and
Well,
Bridge, that's clear.
The road and bridge, yeah, okay. As far as the road and bridge themselves, most of them guys are either driving dump truck by themselves.
Probably can't do that from home yet.
And they're kind of,
Like I said, they're like,
they gotta be out there to lay the road.
They're like
Social
7.
distancing in the shop and not.
That's what we've been doing at our shop, so.
Then this also includes landfill, noxious weed, and recycle, so if they, I want to make sure they're mentioned as well, because they'll ask.
Yes. As they see it.
So do you want me to send out an email to them, or do you want to wait?
The governor said recycling is going to continue on, so.
Yeah, sure.
So is it okay if Angie sends out the email, or any wait, or?
I'm not too sure that shouldn't come from the chairman. But
Advising staff if they can, department heads.
We're the ones- we're the
Work
ones-
from home to work from home.
allowing that decision or that process to take place. I know Angie's our clerk.
I know it's a decision we made, but Angie's our official
I understand that.
She can send out the decision that we made.
I fully understand that, Bob, but in my opinion, this is one of the situations that comes from the top person was. It's an ethanol board, the co-op board, or where, you know, you've got your CEO and management in place, but there are things that need to come.
One of the emails we got said, recommend, Cody, Chairman Cody said this or that. It was an email, I think, probably Angie sent out, Donna sent out, I don't know who all, you know.
Yeah,
It was sent out, it's stating that it comes from the commission. I think
I'm fine with that.
Cody was talking about he had a busy week, I think
Yeah,
maybe just take some of this out of the busy week.
as long as it's the right process. Under this.
And Cody, if you want me to type something up and you review it, that's fine before I send it out.
Anything else? Just like last week, I'll do my best to keep you informed, and if we need to have a meeting, we'll call a meeting.
Again, if the workload gets too much, so.
We'll be ready to call meetings, that's what we're here. It takes every day of the week to do it, it takes every day.
I just want to make sure that maybe it happened and I missed it because it's been a long morning, but going back to the salary and that, was there a motion made? Did a motion need to be made in reference to, I think it kind of got put on hold.
There's a motion that needs to be made.
I didn't think there was, but
And again, I would refer to your assistance in making that motion.
so if I remember where we were, it was to move forward with the COLA raise that was previously adopted by the board, but from this point forward, until the salary study is complete or the coronavirus and its economic impact changes, that all movement, whether within
Up or down,
is frozen. Something to that effect. Sure, it can be worded a little better than that, but that's the gist of it.
You're talking about no step increases at all, is that correct?
Yes, right.
And the only deviation from that would be if there's a position or some position of necessity.
We continue hiring the person he was wanting to hire.
Couldn't it just be, say, everything, there would be no movement from this day forward, everything that took place before this take place. Just from this day forward, there would be no movement of up or down. If you had permission to hire someone, you still got that permission to hire someone. But as of today, there will be no up or down movement of salaries. until this is over or study or whatever comes in.
I think that's fair. As I mentioned earlier, I just haven't presented a proposed wage for the county attorney position, so.
I think when we authorized you to hire, I think we knew there would be a wage come in with, we didn't think they'd come in for free.
Sure.
$5 an hour.
So, yeah. Same way with Brad, he's been hired to come in, replace Jackie, whatever the.
And we'll have some more retirements before we make some changes undoubtedly. And at that time, the department head will have the authority with him to replace. We can't take that restriction, or can't put that restriction in.
I just wanted to
I
make
just
sure.
don't know how it needs to be stated.
Okay, you want me to read something to you and see what you guys think?
Yep.
Move forward with the COLA raise previously adopted by the board at 2.3% for all county employees. There will be no movement up or down in the classification chart until the salary study is complete or the coronavirus situation has cleared. All movement up or down is frozen for year 2020. Department heads will still have permission to hire.
Do we even need this in there?
I want to say not 2020, say April 1st. We're talking
Okay,
forward.
for April 1st.
Do we even need in there of the COLA? We already approved that. That's already part of it. It doesn't, I mean, I don't think we need to mention the COLA. That's already part of it. I think that part can come out.
I think if you don't say that though, it's gonna be confusion, just like I had earlier.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna have.
They're gonna say they're not gonna get nothing.
Right.
I think we need to identify it, so.
Yes.
I think it clarifies.
There's nothing wrong with clarifying what's already been said.
Yes.
It does.
There'll be some that'll mention that I didn't get my step this year. But they're still giving 2.3.
Maybe I should add no movement up or down in steps on the classification chart. That way it.
Steps or classification.
Okay.
Yeah, Brad.
Yeah. When do you want this to go into effect? Because we just gave that a raise.
That's history. That's history. He got it.
Her first thing said 2020.
I'm sorry, I changed it to April 1st.
All right, thanks.
No, that's history. That stuff's all history.
I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, that was a good point. I'm glad you.
That's work in process, Brett, that doesn't get changed.
And does that also include salary employees too? I know we're talking about within the.
Yes. Includes everybody.
For all county employees, I said. Do you want me to add for all county employees and salary employees?
I just, I'm a visual person, so if I don't see it in front of me, I'm trying to remember.
Salary employees part of all county employees.
All county.
All county employees.
And then we talked about steps, and steps don't, in my mind, mean salary employees, so.
Probably better.
Okay.
Wade got me confused.
Move forward with the COLA raise previously adopted by the board at 2.3% for all county employees. There will be no movement up or down in steps or classification on the classification chart until the salary study is complete or the coronavirus situation has cleared. All movement up or down is frozen from April 1st. Department heads will still have permission to hire.
Is that stating that if the virus disappears here in 6 weeks, we're gonna open it up? That's just what the statement is making.
We would consider it, yes.
It needs, I couldn't, there were two people talking, I couldn't understand. don't think we want that,
We want-
we don't want that clear that if the virus does disappear in 2 months, we're automatically gonna open that part of that.
I thought somewhere we mentioned salary, until salary study was
Until salary studies.
I just,
completed too.
salary study only, is what I'd probably put in there. It's probably gonna be October, November before it's done, or maybe January. I'm not trying to complicate it, I'm just.
Yeah. Or reviewed.
But the reason we're doing this is because of the economic uncertainty created by the coronavirus pandemic.
But once it's gone, we don't immediately bring it back.
Right, but I think the reason why we're doing this needs to be in there.
I have no problem with that. But it just won't automatically get brought back to the table.
And I think the only reason that was mentioned is because if things continue on the downward trend now, but then months later, there's, the economy is back on track and clicking. I thought the discussion was that then it could potentially be reviewed then, but only if, not that it's an automatic. Okay? But I might have misunderstood, that's the only reason I mentioned it.
The way I understood it.
That was the idea.
So you might want to have something in there that subject to review if there is, by the board, if there is.
Once the coronavirus situation is cleared.
It could clear in a month. That's, it has more to do with the economy.
The economic impact.
It could be reviewed after recovery by the economy.
Even emotions are difficult. During Corona.
Okay. I can read it again.
Please.
Move forward with the COLA raise previously adopted by the board at 2.3% for all county employees. There will be no movement up or down in steps or classification on the classification chart until the salary study is complete or the coronavirus situation has cleared, subject to review after recovery of the economy. All movement up or down is frozen for April 1st. Department heads will still have permission to hire.
You say frozen for April the 1st or from April?
Beginning April 1st.
Okay.
Does that sound all right to everybody?
I'm sorry, where?
Does that sound all right to everybody?
Probably about as clear as we're gonna get it,
Well,
maybe. I don't know, I still have.
boy, I get it and I understand it, but it may not be clear to everyone, not allowing a step. What we're implying is that wages will be frozen. I don't know how to state that.
Any current wage increase or decrease moving forward will be frozen as of April 1st. 2020, and then with the other. Increase or decrease, right?
Beginning April 1st.
Is that a lot more simple?
I've never mentioned anything, because I'm just throwing a kink in it.
Throw kinks, that's a good discussion.
If I'm due for a step increase Now, if we freeze this for say 6 months, that means that we come back and then I get my step increase. Well, then that means that I've got 2 more years to go before my next step increase, when in all reality, would have gotten it today.
And I think,
So do we need to say that the step in, the salary is froze, but you can still advance to your step increase?
That's not the idea.
It's not the idea, huh?
That's whatever the majority.
I don't know, I'm just asking. That was
Yeah, I
just-
know.
That was just a question that I came up with.
I know Fred earlier mentioned, possibly retroactive, you would review it, that would be when.
To be reviewed retroactively after the situation changes.
I guess what I was saying, not so much the salaries, but if I was due for my step increase 6 months from now, would I have bet that 6 months counted towards me on that step, so that instead of me waiting 2 years, I only have to wait 1.5 years for my next step increase, is what I'm saying.
Well, we do all of them in April.
I mean, that's,
So I would say you,
I think what Bob's come from, if we open this up in 6 months and do the steps that currently were due today, 2 years from today, do they qualify for another step increase when it's only been 18 months?
right.
Now, how we clarify that and get,
I don't think we address when we readdress this after
Yeah,
we
yeah,
know what happens.
yeah. We do.
but you state that we make it retroactive and we do it in June. We make it retroactive April 1st, do we go back and pay them for that step increase for that 60 days? How are you stating that?
That's not, that's not in this motion.
If they're
That's
not,
no.
That's
they're
not
not,
in
we're
this
not making it
discussion.
retroactive where they're gonna receive that $1.80 an hour for 60 hours or 90 hours.
But this motion doesn't say anything about retroactive.
Okay.
This motion is just that we're freezing it, we're basically freezing everybody right where you're at. Is that what we're saying?
with the 2.3%.
Yeah, I forget the 3.2%. We already took care of that. Let's forget that. 2.3, let's forget that. We're freezing everybody from this day forward, tomorrow.
So then I've got a question. If a person was ready for their step increase or a raise and you don't do it because of the coronavirus, then is that not becoming an adverse reaction to that individual because of this? And then are you eligible, as the county, are you eligible for reimbursement because it was an adverse reaction due to this? I mean, I'm just saying that that's where it could come down to.
Whether it is or not, I think the point is what Fred made earlier in the deal was, gonna have a lot of people out there out of jobs. If you still wanna work in the county, we're gonna freeze your salary, and if you don't wanna be willing to give a little bit because other people are gonna be out of jobs, then you might wanna go look for another job.
No, I'm just saying from an adverse reaction, if you have an employee and then the county from the federal government said, we had this adverse reaction, then, and you, let's say the federal government reimburses you for an adverse reaction, what are you going to do with that money? Is the county going to keep it then, or are you going to go back and give it to those employees who deserved it?
We'll deal with that when it happens.
Isn't that when it created an overtime and a half? We're not creating time and a half for this decision. We're not creating time and a half.
Right, I understand that,
So
but
that shouldn't be an issue.
it's creating an adverse reaction to an employee. If they were eligible for an extra thing and you don't give that to them, you have created an adverse reaction due to their employment during the coronavirus.
Everybody's staring at Wade.
That's one of those things, you just have to make application for it and see if they approve it. If they approve it, then we give it back to the employee. But
There you go.
And in the meantime,
that's not our decision.
I'll look into it, because I'm sure that's not the first time that that's coming up. Maybe there's all kinds of adverse reactions going on where people are without jobs. So I don't know what the ultimate answer is, but we can deal with it, and if people are entitled to be reimbursed, then we'll deal with that. But the goal is to get everybody on the same level playing field and not to hold them back. It's just to put the pause button on for right now. And once we get back to the county moving full steam ahead, then I think those are things where department heads and people who were eligible as of April 1st can bring that to the board, and as Fred mentioned, that will potentially be dealt with in a retroactive manner, that whatever they were entitled to, the board can consider whatever that difference is, they get that back. And I don't know how else to word it, but I think the goal isn't to mistreat or unfairly deal with employees.
So we have a sample motion.
You want to leave that motion,
One more time.
Move forward with the COLA raise previously adopted by the board at 2.3% for all county employees. There will be no movement up or down in steps or classification on the classification chart until the salary study is complete or the coronavirus situation has cleared, subject to review after recovery of the economy. Any current wage increase or decrease will be frozen beginning April 1st. Department heads will still have permission to hire.
that sound all right to you?
I'm not sure you can get it any clearer, Fred,
I'll make the
even
motion.
though there's still some.
Fred has moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Tom has seconded. Any further questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Carries 5-0. Anything else?
Seems like that ought to be enough.
I hope so. I got another meeting at 2.
Pack a lunch.
I did not.
11 minutes.
Not will adjourn at 1:49.
Waves, was that meeting that was referred to that you were having, is that something a person should stick around for